Historically, the game of chess was a military sport. The pieces have names.
Of the year, the stakes are high.
Americans have given us a mandate for bold and profound change.
The pressure, unmatched. And only the strongest will rise to the top.
Americans have always been the people who defied all odds and did whatever it took to defend our children, our country, and our freedom.
Some will fold under the pressure, but champions thrive in the madness.
Our country will be woke no longer.
This isn't just any competition. This is March. This is madness. And in this house, every play counts.
Our country is on the verge of a comeback, the likes of which the world has never witnessed.
There's no second chance, no timeouts.
Americans are today a proud, free, sovereign, and independent nation.
Only the drive to win. And when the buzzer sounds, history will remember who backed down and who stepped up.
America is back.
Hey guys, it's a beautiful day here at the White House, and it's been another great week. Let's go through all of the historic actions that President Trump took this week to help you, the American people. Companies like Hyundai, Rolls-Royce, and Schneider Electric announced billions of dollars in new investments into the United States to create jobs for hardworking Americans. The president signed a proclamation levying 25% tariffs on foreign automobile imports, encouraging companies to build vehicles right here in the United States of America. The White House recognized the bravery and service of Medal of Honor recipients in the White House on Medal of Honor Day. The president welcomed some of the country's strongest and most intelligent women to the White House to celebrate Women's History Month. And the president signed an executive order to make D.C. safe and beautiful once again. And the Trump administration executed a very successful operation to apprehend a top MS-13 ringleader just 30 minutes outside of our nation's capital. Every day, because of this president, America is safer. We'll see you for next week's MAGA Minute.
If I had $1 million, if I had $1 million, well, I'd buy you a house. I would buy you a house. And if I had $1 million, if I had $1 million, buy you furniture for your house, maybe a nice Chesterfield or an ottoman. And if I had $1 million, if I had $1 million, well, I'd buy you a K car, a nice Reliant automobile. And if I had $1 million, I'd buy you if I had $1 million, I'd build a tree fort in our yard. If I had $1 million, you could help, it wouldn't be that hard. If I had $1 million, maybe we can put a little tiny fridge in there somewhere.
You know, we could just go up there and hang out.
Like open the fridge and stuff, and there'll always be food laid out for us with little pre-wrapped sausages and things. They have pre-wrapped sausages, but they don't have pre-wrapped bacon.
Well, can you blame them?
Oh, yeah.
If I had $1 million,
If I had $1 million,
well, I'd buy you a fur coat,
but not a real fur coat, that's cruel.
and if I had $1 million,
If I had $1 million,
well, I'd buy you an exotic pet. Yep.
like a llama or an emu.
And if I had $1 million,
If I had $1 million,
well, I'd buy you John Merrick's remains.
ooh, all them crazy elephant bones.
And if I had $1 million, I'd buy your love. If I had $1 million,
We wouldn't have to walk to the store.
if I had $1 million,
Now we'd take a limousine 'cause it costs
if
more.
I had $1 million,
We wouldn't have to eat Kraft dinner.
but we would eat Kraft dinner
Of course we would. We just eat more.
and buy really expensive ketchups with it.
That's right. All the fanciest Dijon ketchup.
If I had $1 million,
If I had $1 million,
well, I'd buy you a green dress.
but not a real green dress. That's cruel.
And if I had $1 million,
If I had $1 million,
well, I'd buy you some art.
a Picasso or a Garfunkel.
If I had $1 million,
If I had $1 million,
well, I'd buy you a monkey.
haven't you always wanted a monkey?
If I had $1 million, I'd buy your love. If I had $1 million,
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 I'd be rich.
Listen, you can't pee on people after you track them down. It's just unacceptable behavior. And that's why you found yourself in the captain's office yet again.
Real superheroes don't wear spandex, and they don't have a lot of 3D special effects, but they do operate on a higher level, on a supernatural level, and they actually look and appeal to something greater than themselves, and then they do something superhuman.
Good job, you loser. I got more bricks than Pablo Escobar.
In our ring of love, this much is true.
the reason the way it's playing out is this: could DJT do that? Yes. Would it be a workable solution for a long-term resolution of the problem? Absolutely not. The analogy I used when people say, "Why don't we just rip the Band-Aid off?" Well, that's one analogy, but a better one is this: the house we're renovating is so rotten. Every beam has got termites through it. It's still standing. It looks great from the outside, but you touch the wall and you can hear that hollow sound. And so if the military was let off the leash and just started taking out the targets they knew about, the whole house would come down. What DJT and his team are doing is one by one, they're identifying all the beams that need to be replaced, basically all of them. And so the second point is, does he then flush the termites out? No, because the other termites will hide elsewhere. We cannot afford to create the conditions for the next war by fighting this one poorly. This has to be fought legally. It has to be fought lawfully. It has to be fought intelligently, with a view to not creating the conditions for the next war. Which means the way it's fought is this: everybody, and that's why there are so many sealed indictments in their hundreds of thousands. There's a knock on the door, and you either get a hard knock or a soft knock. And the hard knock is you're going down. You are so bad you're going down, and they're looking at the business end of a 9mm SMG. Now, that's great for a set number of people that need to be removed because they are so evil, so bad, so destructive. But the majority just need to be warned. You will now follow instructions. We've got we've got, what's the expression? We have the receipts on you. We've got the evidence on you. Here's the pictures. Gentleman walks in, nice suit, overcoat, has a meeting, pulls out an envelope. The gentleman opens up the envelope, sees a photograph of himself or herself in what might be called a depraved and compromising position, slides the photograph back in, and he says, "What do you want?" Because these guys are cowards, all of them. They all lack a spine, which is great. And so the way it's playing out, and the only way it can be played out, is one by one by one by one. They are advised they've got the dirt. They will now follow instructions. If they fail to do so, they'll be removed from the face of the earth, legally, lawfully, charged, found guilty, and executed.
The mud consumed each man till there was nothing visible but our heads. The instructors told us we could leave the mud if only 5 men would quit. Only 5 men, just 5 men, and we could get out of the oppressive cold. Looking around the mud flat, it was apparent that some students were about to give up. It was still over 8 hours till the sun came up. 8 more hours of bone-chilling cold. The chattering teeth and the shivering moans of the trainees were so loud, it was hard to hear anything. And then one voice began to echo through the night. One voice raised in song. One voice became 2, and 2 became 3, and before long, everyone in the class was singing. The instructors threatened us with more time in the mud if we kept up the singing, but the singing persisted. And somehow the mud seemed a little warmer, and the wind a little tamer, and the dawn not so far away. If I have learned anything in my time traveling the world, it is the power of hope. The power of one person. One person can change the world by giving people hope. So if you want to change the world, start singing when you're up to your neck in mud.
So folks, remember, find God, lose fear. It's extraordinary. The fearlessness that will well up inside you. You will inspire others. It is the one lesson this whole thing is about. Are there smaller lessons, tactical lessons? Absolutely. Stand on your own sovereignty, understand what it means to be a man, understand what it means to be a woman. I get all of that. And these are important lessons as we go. But the whole purpose of this school, the whole purpose is to find God. And I can tell you stories you wouldn't believe about that. But that's the point of everything we're going through, is to find God. If we survive this and don't find God, we've failed. We've absolutely failed, ladies and gentlemen. Please get that through your heads. And for those of you who are so smart and so intelligent, and I love intelligent people, they're so bright, they know so much, they think they know everything. Lawyers and doctors, they think they know everything. They've lost humility. And I don't mean humility beating yourself with a cat of nine tails and saying you're bad. No. Just understand your place relative to God. He loves us. He never puts us down. He always lifts us up. But you've got to understand that. So find God, lose fear. Well done, David. Nice.
sea. Like the coldest winter chill, heaven beside you, like the coldest winter chill, heaven beside you, like the coldest winter well, heaven beside you, and you think you have it still, heaven inside you. So there's problems in your life, that's fucked up. I'm not blind, I'm just see-through faded, super jaded, out of my do what you wanna do. Go out and seek your truth. When I'm down and blue, rather be me than you. Like the coldest winter chill, heaven beside you. Like the coldest winter chill, heaven beside you. Like the coldest winter well, heaven beside you. And you wish you had it still, heaven inside you. So there's problems in your life, it's fucked up. I'm not blind, I'm just see-through faded, super jaded, out of my like the coldest winter chill, heaven beside you. Like the coldest winter chill, heaven beside you. Like the coldest winter well, heaven beside you. And you know you have it still, heaven inside you. So there's problems in your life, that's fucked up, but you're not blind, you're just see-through faded, overrated, out of your
We win. We win. I said earlier today that I hope we can do this by Easter. I think that would be a great thing for our country, and we're all working very hard to make that a reality. We'll be meeting with a lot of people to see if it can be done. Easter is a very special day for many reasons. For me, for a lot of our friends, that's a very special day. And what a great timeline this would be. Easter as our timeline, what a great timeline that would be.
When many can't comprehend how are they going to give out all these stimulus checks month per month to the world, because this is for the world. It doesn't matter how they're going to do it. It's going to happen because it's all coming out that we were enslaved, sold as stock, and robbed since birth. Trump has it all. Executive Order 13818.
Play the whole clip, but let's take a look at this little clip here where they talk about the Doge dividends as they're saying yes. Take a look.
This idea of maybe a portion of the money that is saved, which is our money anyway, would go back to the public. What do you think of that?
I think the faster we get money back to the average American, the better off we are.
Could you do it? Could you pass it?
4,000 or 5,000. Absolutely. I think we can pass it. Listen, we did it during COVID. We can do it again. The good news is letting Americans keep their own money ought not be a novel concept. We should just not take it in the first place. You don't have to give it back. And so everything we do now to uncover waste, fraud, and abuse and give that money back to the American people, that's called hallelujah in South Carolina.
I like it.
There you have it, you guys. Let me know your thoughts. He said that's called hallelujah, and that came out from Fox News.
This conjunction of an immense military establishment and a large arms industry is new in the American experience. Yet we must not fail to comprehend its grave implications. We must guard against the acquisition of unwarranted influence, whether sought or unsought, by the military-industrial complex.
The greatest in the United States Constitution is its first three beautiful words. They are, "We the people." Generations of Americans have sacrificed to maintain the promise of those words, the promise of our country and of our great history. In America, the people govern, the people rule, and the people are sovereign. I was elected not to take power, but to give power to the American people where it belongs. In foreign affairs, we are renewing this founding principle of sovereignty. Our government's first duty is to its people, to our citizens, to serve their needs, to ensure their safety, to preserve their rights, and to defend their values. As President of the United States, I will always put America first. Just like you, as the leaders of your countries, will always and should always put your countries first.
From time to time, we've been tempted to believe that society has become too complex to be managed by self-rule, that government by an elite group is superior to government for, by, and of the people. We are a nation that has a government, not the other way around. And this makes us special among the nations of the earth. Our government has no power except that granted it by the people. It is made up of men and women who raise our food, patrol our streets, man our mines and factories, teach our children, keep our homes, and heal us when we're sick. Professionals, industrialists, shopkeepers, clerks, cabbies, and truck drivers. They are, in short, we the people. Their patriotism is quiet but deep. Their values sustain our national life. As for the enemies of freedom, those who are potential adversaries, they will be reminded that peace is the highest aspiration of the American people. We will negotiate for it, sacrifice for it. We will not surrender for it now or ever. We will maintain sufficient strength to prevail if need be, knowing that if we do so, we have the best chance of never having to use that strength. Above all, we must realize that no arsenal or no weapon in the arsenals of the world is so formidable as the will and moral courage of free men and women. It is a weapon our adversaries in today's world do not have. It is a weapon that we as Americans do have. Well, I believe we, the Americans of today, are ready to act worthy of ourselves, ready to do what must be done to ensure happiness and liberty for ourselves, our children, and our children's children. We are a nation under God, and I believe God intended for us to be free.
We, the citizens of America, are now joined in a great national effort to rebuild our country and restore its promise for all of our people. Together, we will determine the course of America and the world for many, many years to come. We will face challenges. We will confront hardships, but we will get the job done. For too long, a small group in our nation's capital has reaped the rewards of government, while the people have borne the cost. The forgotten men and women of our country will be forgotten no longer. What truly matters is not which party controls our government, but whether our government is controlled by the people. Every decision on trade, on taxes, on immigration, on foreign affairs will be made to benefit American families. We must protect our borders from the ravages of other countries, making our products, stealing our companies, and destroying our jobs. America will start winning again, winning like never before. At the bedrock of our politics will be a total allegiance to the United States of America. And through our loyalty to our country, we will rediscover our loyalty to each other. We must speak our minds openly, debate our disagreements honestly, but always pursue solidarity. Do not allow anyone to tell you that it cannot be done. No challenge can match the heart and fight and spirit of America.
You ever think about what weekends were like for Gen Xers growing up? Life wasn't scheduled, it just happened. The weekend starting when your eyes popped open at the crack of dawn because your body didn't care about sleeping in. You'd roll out of bed and throw on whatever play clothes weren't covered in mud from yesterday's adventures. Grab a quick breakfast, probably something you could dump into a bowl and stuff into your face really fast. Then you do your chores because those were something that you had to do before you could head out the door into the wild. Nobody asked you where you were going. Nobody cared. Nah, the inside was boring. That was for books and chores and being yelled at to go outside. And the outside wasn't just your backyard. It was the park, the woods, or anywhere your friends would gather for whatever you were calling an adventure that day. Bikes were our first cars, and we rode them with purpose. No helmets, no knee pads, just raw, reckless abandon. You didn't ride to the park. You rode to the end of the damn world and back. Major streets and highways, yeah, we crossed those like they were nothing. Playing Frogger in real life was our idea of fun. Climbing trees and playing Tarzan with a rope you tied to a branch. The only rule was survival, and somehow we did. When you got thirsty, you drank from the garden hose. It was warm, it tasted weird, but somehow you loved every last drop of it. When it came to snacks, we didn't have any Whole Foods. You scrounged change from the couch cushions and headed to the 7-Eleven. Slurpees, candy bars, Big League Chew. You needed the gum for the bombs you were going to make out of firecrackers. You'd spend hours in the woods and the creeks, building forts and catching bugs, playing games that involved hiding, running, and occasionally tripping over shit. You didn't need any fancy apps to entertain you. You just needed your imagination and a few scraped knees to keep things interesting. As the sun set, the streetlights would flicker on, giving you about 10 minutes to get your ass home, but not before you squeezed in a game of Ghost in the Graveyard or popped one more wheelie on your bike. Maybe hear your mom calling from the back door, but you'd ignore it for just a few more minutes. Dinner was whatever your mom could whip up, and then you plopped your ass down in front of the TV and watched your favorite shows. There was no streaming either, so you had to be there, or you missed it. And when the night was over, you would disappear to your room, build a fort out of your pillows and blankets, grab a flashlight and read a book, and escape into adventures that didn't have a skip button. Because we didn't need an app or a screen to get lost in a good story. A time when life was really about the people you saw in person, not some digital version of them. Simple, raw, and unforgettable. That was the real adventure. I miss those times.
Welcome to Patriot News Broadcasting. Little Hun says it's time to rock and roll. Happy Sunday, folks. This, I guess it's not quite the last day of March, huh? That would be tomorrow. We have a 31st, right? Almost gone, which means April 2nd's almost meow. Which is good, because I think we're going to see some serious shit. We got lots of news to look at, guys. Of course, in no obvious order of importance. New JFK files and all that good stuff. So, talking about the title of this episode really fast. What do you think I mean, guys, when I say patriotism's not enough? Why would I say that? What could I possibly mean when I say patriotism's just not enough? Well, we're all trying to get through this great awakening moment. I encounter a lot of patriots out there that are good people, but somewhat egotistical, and you get people that will argue a cause, whether they can prove it or not, until they're blue in the face. And I'm more about, not doing that, because I think it kind of makes you look goofy when you 100% claim you know something, like whether the earth is flat or not. And so I've been encountering some odd patriots lately, but what I'm saying is, they're great patriots, but do they have God in their lives? That's a big part of it. Even if you don't want to have God in your life, you need to at least know what he and Jesus were talking about for people and what they wanted, the importance of love and respect and endurance and all that good stuff. And so, that being said, for where we're going now, patriotism's just not enough. You can be a great patriot, but until you get the hate out of your heart and learn to treat people truly as your equal, then I don't know. I feel like the Great Awakening might be a little more problematic for you than not. But let's get in the news before I start running people off, shall we? Top advisors are urging President Trump to fire National Security Advisor Mike Waltz over his role in Signalgate. And there's a weird twist with Signalgate we're going to talk about. Maybe. Or is there? Let's see what Trump says.
In a phone interview on Saturday, the president told me, quote, "I don't fire people because of fake news and because of witch hunts." Mr. Trump said he still has confidence in Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth and National Security Advisor Mike Waltz.
I don't fire people for fake news. Could that really be how simple this story gets? Could this be 100% bullshit? Like, could they have literally made up the conversation and the texts and done it after the fact once they already knew what time he was going to bomb the Houthis anyway? Why would Trump say that? And it goes to stand that Pete Hegseth said the same thing, and I thought he was just poorly lying about it, but maybe we said obviously there's a good chance there's more to this, but rather than this being some kind of elaborate setup or trap, could this boil down to 100% fake news? I have a feeling we're going to see a lot more of it here very soon, especially as the propaganda machine fights to stay alive. When they get rid of pharma ads and cable news is hanging on by its short and curlies and trying to figure out how to survive, then it's going to get wild. And so we're going to talk about this topic for a minute. This from Hillary Clinton. Never thought I'd be retweeting Piers Morgan, but he's right when he said, if you don't consider this to be classified info about imminent war plans, it may be that you're too partisan to recognize the truth when it slaps you around your tribal chops. If this had happened on Biden's watch, Republicans would have rightly gone berserk. And so what he's talking about is this message here. It says time now 11:44. Weather is favorable. Just confirmed with CENTCOM. We are a go for mission launch. That seems to be a little too much right there, which makes me back up and think that maybe this is just 100% fake news. I don't think Trump's people would ever in a million years be ridiculous enough to say we are go for mission launch in a text message. I don't see it at all. Even if they thought it was secure, I just don't see it. And so I'm rethinking it. It may just be pure fake news, which is insane when you think about it, and a sign of how far they're going to go to try and hold on to their heads. It's not about stopping Trump anymore. It's about staying alive for him. So this from Captain Kyle is clearly an ongoing operation to sow discord targeted at Trump's cabinet. Hegseth, Waltz, Bondi, now RFK Jr., not to mention all the attacks on Elon and Tesla. If you think this is organic, you're mistaken. This is coordinated. The deep state are fighting back. Their backs are against the wall, and their operations being exposed. They're going to throw anything and everything against the wall, hoping for something to stick in an attempt to derail Trump and his administration. And to make matters worse, much of this hysteria is being amplified by people who are perceived to be in our own camp in exchange for clicks. Stay frosty. There's lots of disinformation, smear campaigns in the air. And there'll be a lot more. So it's the ones in our camp that I'm more focused on today. And I get the confusing side of it. I mean, look what I did. I was on here saying, well, why would Pete Hegseth lie? But I was on here saying there's probably also something to it, a plan, something else. Well, you know, it's the people out there, like I said, that claim they know something, that are telling you, here's the news because I know it's the news type thing. So Dan Bongino is talking about the same thing today, and I'm going to go over what he said real quick. In the best interests of openness and transparency, I'll be posting regular information updates on this account. That's his X account, by the way. The director and I are working through many of the transparency issues. We're focused on getting this done the right way and as quickly and efficiently as possible. Many of these cases involve victims, both young and old, who we will not allow to be re-victimized by a rushed and sloppy effort. Excuse me. We are engaging with all of our personnel on transparency while simultaneously dealing with a number of serious threats to the homeland, our children, our economy, and our infrastructure. We absolutely cannot afford to miss any threats in those spaces. Multitasking is not an option here. I'm well aware of some of the early concerns expressed on social media about the speed of change. I understand, but I'll state again, if you think I upended my prior job and lifestyle to take a vacation in FBI headquarters, then I cannot help you. You've already decided, despite logic and reason, that all is lost. It's not even close. Because you don't see things happening in live time does not mean change isn't happening. Not even close. You will see results, and not every result will please everyone, but you will absolutely see results. Just watch. God bless America and all those who defend her. So he's telling you right there, you know, he's paying attention, probably more so than a lot of people in Trump's staff, because he's had a good role on social media, and he knows he's there for the people, and, you know, he's trying to tell you they don't want to do things the sloppy way, which even more so goes to the fact that they probably did not leak messages on Signal and probably didn't do it on purpose either. It very well might be fake news. And I wanted to share what Joe M. said about this. All the shady operators on the right are now suddenly parroting the same narrative about RFK Jr., which is very telling. And this is going to kind of transition into what we're going towards next. This RFK thing about the sexting, I guarantee you this is even more so probably made up completely. They're going after each and every member of his cabinet. So this brings us to the topic of Ian Carroll for a second, because he was somebody that was getting pointed out as maybe being opposition in disguise. So he posted this yesterday in response. My only goals are to decouple RFK Jr. from his blackmailers, to save Maha and the health freedom movement from the blackmailers, to save America from the blackmailers. The first being their means, the second to the ends. I do not have the tapes, I haven't seen them, but there's only one way to save a man from blackmail, and it isn't pretty. I don't really understand that message, quite frankly. But MJ Truth responded to that, since he was the one that was calling him out to begin with, and he says, I don't like picking fights, but I'm going to pick one here for the sake of my gut telling me this stinks. I like Ian's work, but now he's here to save the day and decouple RFK Jr. from his blackmailers? In the same breath, he says he doesn't have tapes, nor has he seen tapes of said blackmail, but says as a statement of fact that RFK Jr. is blackmailed and he wants to save him. Does that even make sense? He goes on to say that he's sure Ian's used to criticism and he wants to know why he's pushing a narrative based on hearsay. He's kind of right there. Sometimes we're the ones who make the mistake. People like us who are bringing this to the forefront when maybe we shouldn't be. I don't know. Should I have not talked about this story? I wonder. I mean, I don't know. I think we're doing it the right way, hopefully. But he goes on to make a point. Like I said the other day, Trump was accused of a lot of things. The E. Jean Carroll thing. E. Jean Carroll? Ian Carroll? That being said, I want you guys to decide for yourselves, so I'm going to show you a short Ian Carroll video real quick based on the topic and him responding. See what you think.
So the Bobby Kennedy blackmail story is currently breaking in many directions all across the internet, and American politics is not going to be the same after this weekend. That's not hyperbole. This is not just a hook, and I don't really know where to start. But this is the kind of story that I've gotten enough calls from enough people tonight, and there's enough going on that I feel like we need to make a video right now to keep some people safe and to get as much as we all know out on the internet right now so that everyone can be safe. And the best place for everyone to start is at Candace's video that she put up today, that she very aptly titled, One Nation Under Blackmail. Go watch it. She does a way better job of explaining a bunch of what's going on than I could. But as soon as I was like 10 minutes into it, and then I started getting phone calls from sources telling me more information that is corroborating and taking it even further than what is exposed in that video. And I have sources telling me that there are people in like media and around Bobby that know about this and know it's coming and are trying to protect him and save him from this. But
that's where I got to stop him for a second. How are sources calling him up? I mean, what sources? This is supposed to be a text conversation, sexting. I doubt anybody's seen this, and probably because it doesn't exist, but I get where MJ Truth is saying it's problematic when you kind of already talk about the story like it's fact, when it's likely not, but I'll let him finish.
It is past that, and there is no saving anyone from this, I think. And we just have to deal with what's about to happen. So I'm going to leave all of that out, and we're going to start the story here with our girl Jessica, House and Habit. She had tasked one of her writers, Emily Hagan, with writing a hit piece about Candace Owens. They were trying to create or dig up some dirt on Candace's husband for some reason to take her down. For reasons we'll kind of get to in a second. Emily submitted a draft and Jessica, House and Habit, was having her girl, I believe Olivia Nuzzi, read through it, and it was like, we can't publish that, it's too 4chan-y. House and Habit clarified that it needs to be a clean shot. A clean shot to take down Candace Owens. Good fucking luck with that. If you don't remember who Olivia Nuzzi is, she's the woman that had the sexting scandal with RFK last year, who then cozied up to House and Habit for reasons that are not entirely clear, and sort of started secretly editing there behind the scenes and kind of replacing people and getting really close to Jessica Reed Krause, House and Habit, for reasons that are still not entirely clear as far as I'm aware. To be fair, there's a lot that is not entirely clear because this is so complicated, and everything in this video is hearsay and rumors. And obviously, when they tried to come to Candace and it created all this drama, and Candace don't take no fucking shit, and Jessica had been super mean to the writer of the article and that had then fired her. And so her and Emily had had all this drama, and then her other best friend, and it had gotten super fucking vitriolic. And eventually Emily was like, fuck it. I'm just going to go to Candace and come clean and say what's going on. That's how we got this video. And I was only 15 minutes into this video when I started getting interrupted by all kinds of calls from all kinds of people all over the country that have more information about this. Because this story is way past the point of no return. And it is way bigger than some girl drama. So at the second Trump Butler rally in July...
Is it being made bigger than drama? I mean, I'll be honest. I don't think this guy's paid opposition. I mean, he's done videos about Israel and stuff. I think he's doing similar to what I'm doing. I mean, I talked about the story when it came up too, but I think people are just upset that Republicans are bringing attention to it. Like, I don't know if I should feel guilty for bringing attention to something or not. I honestly didn't know about this story, that it was as old as he says it is, or why it would be just coming back up now. He was Antifa? I didn't know that. How do you know that? I mean, is that a fact, or that's the kind of thing. He talks about sources. I wouldn't trust any sources. I would take the calls, but I don't trust sources. People say all kinds of stuff. I trust myself and the research I can do, and people that I think are okay to listen to. I tried to watch that Candace interview last night, and I didn't get too much of it. I think I fell asleep, but I think she's just bringing to light that there's going to be a lot of blackmail happening. And it's not that it's, if you think about it, Trump's sort of been blackmailing them all along because he's got actual stuff to hold over their heads. They're trying to do the same thing without anything to hold over anyone's head. They're just doing it because they're the media, which is probably a good reason why they're getting rid of pharmaceutical ads that will in turn take down the media, whose rates are dropping bad anyway. We're not done with this. Let him finish.
Of last year, House and Habit was hanging out with some of the people that I know and apparently receiving a bunch of phone calls all about this blackmail situation with the Olivia Nuzzi sexting scandal. And while she was taking calls, she was kind of filling them in excitedly on the story as she was getting it, kind of as though she was going to write a piece about it. And what they were told is that it was many, 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 many instances of recorded video sexting stuff. They were told in some form that Olivia Nuzzi's husband was in on recording it, whether that is him tapping her phone or her and him as a husband-wife couple kind of targeting him. I mean, Olivia Nuzzi did insert herself into the RFK campaign, and then all this stuff happened.
I can't. I just don't buy it. I just don't buy it. The man's so damn busy. I can't see him sitting there sexting with people, especially while he's basically campaigning. That would be so ridiculous. Here's where we get into the topic of how it's a smear tactic. And Nancy Pelosi was stupid enough to explain it well to everybody.
It's a self-fulfilling prophecy. You demonize, and then we call it the wrap-up smear. If you want to talk politics, you call it the wrap-up smear. You smear somebody with falsehoods and all the rest, and then you merchandise it. And then you write it, and they'll say, see, it's reported in the press that this, and this. So they have that validation that the press reported the smear, and then it's called the wrap-up smear. Now I'm going to merchandise the press's report on the smear that we made. And it's a tactic.
Why does she always look the happiest when she's talking about evil stuff? God, I can't stand her. But there you have it. It's they demonize it, they market it, throw it out there and let the media do the rest. But here you can see the media is already dying. It's going down bad on a very clear downward spiral anyway. Once they knock out these pharmaceutical ads, I think it'll be the end of them. They're not going to be able to pay high-priced salaries or anything. They probably can't now as it is. All right. Changing topics, finally. President Trump says he is very angry and pissed off at Russian President Putin. If Russia and I are unable to make a deal on stopping the bloodshed in Ukraine, and if I think it was Russia's fault, which it might not be, but if I think it was Russia's fault, I'm going to put secondary tariffs on oil, on all oil coming out of Russia. So you can see something's going on here, which I thought it odd at first because, there was a whole attempt on Putin's life, but Zelensky makes it sound like there's a good reason. Let's talk about that reason here.
Неможливо ігнорувати сотні шахедів щоночі. Ми очікуємо реакції, серйозної реакції. Ми працюємо на реакцію. Сильна реакція дуже потрібна. І передусім Америки, Європи, всіх у світі, хто зробив ставку на дипломатію. Росію треба примусити до миру.
What Twinkle Toes there was trying to tell you is that there was some supposed big drone attack on Ukraine. Not like Ukraine didn't attack Russia with drones after the beginning of the peace talks. But my question is, how do we know it was Russia? How do we know it even happened? I wouldn't trust Twinkle Toes about as far as I could throw his tap dancing ass. So I'm wondering if we're just moving into the realm of pure lies all around coming out of the left, which wouldn't be anything new either. Of course, this might be a good reason to be pissed off and send drones at you when you say you're going to die soon. That sounds like a threat to me. So if he said that before this drone attack happened, I really don't blame Putin whatsoever. So we will see how that goes. Just hold that thought, though, because I'm telling you, I think this is all manufactured psyop, and I'm going to explain why. First, we have to look at Iran. Iran has rejected direct talks with President Trump in response to his letter already delivered, We do not avoid negotiations. Rather, it breaches of promises that have caused problems. And Trump, of course, said that there will be bombing if Iran does not agree to a peace deal, which they clearly haven't. So let's look at this here first. Iran's fierce reply to Trump: no talks under pressure, likely pressure and threats. Again, to me, this feels very manufactured. All these peace talks breaking down when we're supposed to be so close to peace. I don't know. I said it before, and I'll say it again. Iran is a controlled country. You know it as much as I know it. I know it because I did a lot of research on it, but Iran hasn't controlled Iran since the 50s at the very least, so there's that. Not to mention there's a whole scare event coming. Don't forget that thing. I'm telling you, it's staged for a purpose. Let's talk about that again. Why would they do that to people? You might ask yourself. Why would they need to scare people? Why would they make it look like we're on the brink of nuclear war? Why would they do that to the world population? Why, I ask. Why would they do that? You know why they would do that. It's because when these things don't exist, if evil didn't exist, people wouldn't know what the worth of good was. And that's so sad to say. We can learn, and we will again. But as it stands now, that's unfortunately how they have to do it. And it'll work too. That's the sad thing. A little bit more on Iran.
We're getting some breaking news right now. US President Donald Trump on Sunday has threatened Iran with bombings and secondary tariffs if Tehran did not come to an agreement with Washington over its nuclear program. In a telephonic interview with NBC News, Trump said that if they don't make a deal, there will be bombings, but there's a chance that if they don't make a deal, that there'll be secondary tariffs on them like there were 4 years ago.
Why do I have Indian news, and why is it in English? You think it's depopulation cracking? I get why you would think that, but nah. I don't buy that. It's a long, ridiculous road to take to depopulate when they've already been depopulating and wiping out the fertility of your women and your women. Why did I say your women? It sounded weird. So yeah, I don't buy that cracking. But Elon Musk was set to speak in Wisconsin. The entrance was limited to those who've signed the petition in opposition to activist judges. He will also hand over checks for $1 million to 2 people to be spokesmen for the petition. I'll be spokesman for a quarter of that, 1/5 of that, 25th of that. I'd probably do it for free, actually. Talking about these ridiculous judges. This was a funny fake article, obviously, the Babylon Bee. Trump leaves presidency to become even more powerful district court judge. It's funny because they're not more powerful than the president. Well, they think they are. Judge delivers another crippling blow to MAGA. Department of Government Efficiency. Chair Elon Musk recently criticized judicial rulings that block several executive orders of President Trump's. We've been talking about those all week. So, the people have been protesting outside of Elon's dealerships and everywhere else. This is one of their protest chants. They wrote They wrote down their chants. I guess they couldn't remember them. Elon Musk, go to Mars. We don't want your swastika cars. That's bad. That's lame. Elon Musk is unelected. Democracy must be protected. The people united will never be defeated. Hey, hey, ho, ho. President Musk has got to go. We will not cooperate with your techno-fascist state. Okay, I can't do this anymore. Public workers work for us. Can't say that for Elon Musk. God. Democrats grow us. Oh, man. Oh, wow. This I wanted to bring up, and somebody posted it today. This is from last year. I can't believe we missed this, but then again, with the way media was last year, I'm not surprised we missed this. Cancer-causing forever chemicals found in Band-Aids, where they can get directly into blood through open wounds. A report warns 65% of bandages contain fluorine, a necessary component of PFASs, or forever chemicals, like in cookware, firefighting foam, and carpeting. So, yeah. And those forever chemicals raise the risk of thyroid cancer by 56%. Kind of wish I'd known that a year ago. This is why we pay attention now. And a new file pulled out of the JFK files, quite interesting, actually, and I'm going to try and read it. Star people visit Earth to spread peace message. Okay. Document release dates 2010, 2016. Publication date May 2nd, 1983. Let's see if I can read this. It's going to be difficult. Many of the I can't read that. It's all jargon. Sanitized copy approved for release. November 2nd, 1983, Star people visit Earth to spread peace message. The reason for the cover-up is because many of the star people do not... I don't know. Sorry. It's too impossible to read, but I don't know what to say about that. You guys have to use your own brain on that one. Do you believe in star people? Do you believe they visited? Just throwing that out there. Gosh, the JFK files just get interesting more and more. The Department of Justice announces investigation into 4 California universities over use of race in admissions. You're going to hear a video in a second. It's going to make you go, huh? Roseanne posted this. Remember the Trilateral Commission, Bohemian Grove, Freemasons, Templars, Illuminati? That used to be a thing before internet influencers replaced everything with the Jews because their engagement went up. If you haven't noticed this during your deep dives and noticing you're not smart enough to discuss world powers at all, you can critique Israel all day, that's fine, but if that becomes your boogeyman for literally everything, you're basic and frankly an embarrassment. That post is kind of embarrassing. I get what she's trying to say there, but I don't think that's the case. I know there's a lot of people that jump to conclusions where all of a sudden they dislike Israel and blah, blah, blah because they heard a few stories, but you know, we all have the capacity to use our brain, and we all understand that the government and the people are two different things. Listen to what this guy has to say and try not to get angry if you find that possible.
You know, they're fighting for survival.
And black people need to understand, white people can never accept integration because it will lead to biological extermination. Now, let me say that one more time. White people will
never accept integration. Are you some kind of damn moron? We accepted integration a long time ago. Black people did not accept integration. They're the ones going on and on and on. Black Lives Matter. We got to make ourselves known. We need reparations. They're the ones that bring up racism continuously and constantly. And he sits there and says, white people don't want to integrate. I can't listen to that without being pissed off.
Ridiculous to accept integration with Africans because it will lead to their extermination. Their genotype would be wiped out just through the amalgamation of the two. And I try to get black people to understand this. We don't know why God created the white man. We don't know. I'd like to find out, but we don't know. In order for him to protect himself, he must keep space between us and him. So in looking out for himself, you have to respect the fact that he wants to be alone, needs to be alone, and must be alone in order to survive. But because of black people's low self-esteem that the white man put in us, we cannot let him be. Wherever he lives, we want to live with him. Well, you know, he has a daughter, we want to marry his daughter. We want to be white so bad, failing to realize he can't let you be, because if he let you in, it will lead to his end.
That's seriously ignorant. I mean, that's at the top of the ignorant list for sure. That kind of thinking is seriously damaging to young black adults everywhere. That's exactly the kind of shit they don't need to listen to. In Canada, apparently, they're no longer accepting U.S. currency. It's going to get interesting there, isn't it, Canada? All right, got some more videos here, and then we'll get on with our evening. What else do I got here? Let's talk about where is it? There it is. What happened at the Pentagon City Mall in Arlington, Virginia earlier.
Shoppers at Pentagon City Mall evacuated and the mall forced to shut down before 8 o'clock tonight, all because of fights. Now, you can see in this video the response from Arlington police outside of the mall. They were asking everyone to leave that property and to avoid that area. We're told police closed the mall and started evacuating because of large crowds and multiple fights. Now, this was the scene inside of the mall. This video shared with us from someone who is watching the chaos unfold. You can see a group of officers moving through the crowd of shoppers, slowly encouraging them all to exit the mall. Now, this is the scene coming up from outside as officers work to clear out the mall from inside. In this second video, officers have detained at least 3 people believed to be juveniles. One officer and one mall security guard reported minor injuries in all of this. Now, police remain on the scene investigating, and 7 News is working to gather more information about what and who caused the mall to shut down and be evacuated. We'll update you on air and online as soon as that information becomes available.
Yeah, ignorant people like the guy we listened to before that. Exactly the kind of person that causes things like that to happen. Yeah, it seemed to be teenagers that caused that ruckus there at the Pentagon Mall in Arlington. Moving on. This is pretty fascinating here. This might turn out to be pretty explosive.
And the visa scandals are all over this. You know, it was John Brennan, as CIA station chief, by the way, in Saudi Arabia, in the run-up to 9/11, who together with the U.S. consulate issued the visas to 15 of the 19 9/11 hijackers. That was our visas. Now, look, there were only 11 of the 19 were Saudis. They were actually giving Saudi visas to non-Saudis. And 15 of the 19, you can read all about this in the guy who ran the visa desk for that U.S. consulate is J. Michael Springman. He wrote a book called Visas for Terrorists, where he goes over how the whole thing was done.
If they directly connect John Brennan to that not be very good for him. Not that he's not going down anyway for a lot of other stuff, but and this from Tulsi Gabbard.
The mob that stormed the Capitol on January 6th to try to stop Congress from carrying out its constitutional responsibilities were behaving like domestic enemies of our country. But let's be clear. The John Brennans, Adam Schiffs, and the oligarchs in big tech who are trying to undermine our constitutionally protected rights and turn our country into a police state with KGB-style surveillance are also domestic enemies and much more powerful and therefore dangerous than the mob that stormed the Capitol. Now, John Brennan said,
So I know looking forward that the members of the Biden team who have been nominated or have been appointed are now moving in laser-like fashion to try to uncover as much as they can about what looks very similar to insurgency movements that we've seen overseas, where they germinate in different parts of the country and they gain strength, and it brings together an unholy alliance frequently of religious extremists, authoritarians, fascists, bigots, racists, nativists, even libertarians.
Now, President Biden, I call upon you and all members of Congress from both parties to denounce these efforts by the likes of Brennan and others to take away our civil liberties that are endowed to us by our Creator and guaranteed in our Constitution.
And so it's a bit old there, but how she mentioned Brennan and Schiff. Schiff especially, I can't wait to see that man go down. This story's pretty wild. Jackson Hewitt was spreading some papers offering to file taxes for illegals.
We do this stuff like this, like at all the shelters and stuff. But like our company, this is why we try to help people by, providing them with refunds,
This is Savannah Hernandez in front of the Roosevelt Hotel in New York City. Now, we wanted to come check in on the migrant crisis, and as we were walking around, we saw a Jackson Hewitt table out here with an employee who was handing out this flyer. Now, what this flyer says is working or not, file your taxes, and we can get the maximum refund for your family. And the paper says that if you have one child, you can...
Working or not? Why would you file taxes if you weren't working? Especially if you weren't from this country. You weren't here legally.
Get over $7,000 in a refund, and if you have up to 3 children, you can get over $14,000. So the Jackson Hewitt employee who initially handed me this paper, after finding out I was a journalist, took the paper away. That's why this one's so dirty, because a migrant ended up giving me another copy, and he stated that if he's put on camera and this goes out, that legal will have to get involved.
We do this stuff like this, like at all the shelters and stuff. But like our company, this is why we try to help people by, providing them with refunds,
So you guys are trying to help the migrants with their taxes then, to help them get refunds, help them get some money back from the government?
Yes.
Okay, well, thank you.
No problem.
Yeah, we're just going to go try to talk to them.
Can't put my footage.
Can we take one of your papers, though, just so we can kind of... Thank you.
Actually, you should just take this one, because this one has my office information, and so, therefore, legal would have to get involved, so that's
Okay. So just wanted to give you guys an idea of, again, what migrants have been told in New York City now that tax...
So, Pretty wild, huh? 14,000 for 3 kids. No wonder they would come up here illegally. Take that money, take it right back down with them, and but they're talking more about revoking a lot of student visas lately, and I have a feeling this is probably a good reason why. What's happening on campuses. And the poor guy that tried to put it out, they yanked him away. Does that bother you guys? I see people changing the channel. They're burning the American flag. It's problematic. That's why, you're here to learn. I mean, not get radicalized by some goofy leftist thing. Moving forward. What do I want to turn to next? Well, here's another protest I thought was kind of interesting. I see actual Tesla protesters talking about the swastika, and then they go paint it on his Teslas and stuff. I don't get it. Do they not realize what they're doing and what they're supporting and what they're involved in? All right. Now let's really move forward. Senator Kennedy was kicking some butt.
If it costs $50 trillion, as some of your colleagues have testified, to become carbon neutral by 2050, how much is that going to lower world temperatures?
So every country around the world needs to get its act together. Our emissions are about 13% of global emissions.
Yeah, but if you could answer my question, if we spend $50 trillion to become carbon neutral in the United States of America by 2050, you're the Deputy Secretary of Energy. Give me your estimate of how much that is going to reduce world temperatures.
So first of all, it's a net cost. It's what benefits we're having from getting our act together and reducing all of those climate benefits. We're seeing.
Let me ask again. Maybe I'm not being clear. If we spent $50 trillion to become carbon neutral by 2050 in the United States of America, how much is that going to reduce world temperatures?
This is a global problem, so we need to reduce our emissions and we need to do everything we can.
How much, if we do our part, is it going to reduce world temperatures?
We're 13% of global emissions.
You don't know, do you?
So we're 13% of global emissions.
If you know, why won't you tell me?
If we went to zero, that would be 13%.
You don't know, do you? You just want us to spend $50 trillion, and you don't have the slightest idea whether it's going to reduce world temperatures. You're the Deputy Secretary of the Department of Energy, and you're advocating we spend trillions of dollars to seek carbon neutrality, and you can't, and this isn't your money or my money, it's taxpayer money, and you can't tell me how much it's going to.
Taxpayers like me are living off of ramen noodles, and they're wanting to throw billions at climate change still. It's absolutely absurd. I kind of wish I knew how to play the stock like Miss Pelosi here.
This is every luxury item that Nancy Pelosi owns. Number 1, a $25,000 freezer used to store premium grade ice cream. Number 2, a $30 million Napa Valley vineyard. Number 3, she has a $20 million luxury real estate portfolio comprising of 9 different properties. Number 4, a $5 million townhome near Sugar Bowl Ski Resort. So how is she able to make so much money to afford these things? Well, it's simple. She's corrupt. She has traded over $1 billion in stock since becoming a politician, and she uses the insider information she obtains from private committee hearings to trade. That's why I just copy her exact stock moves, and you can too at ForbesFinance.com.
She's traded $1 billion worth of stock. I couldn't believe that number. $1 billion in stock. A couple more things here. Almost done. And we can move on to some 107 again tonight. No one else is on doing anything, so we'll be watching Juan again. All right. There's a couple things here. I wanted to show this real quick because I found it interesting. Our healthcare systems seriously need fixed. Around where I'm at, your average wait at the emergency room, unless it's heart related or you're gushing blood, is about 2 hours. Let's check out this.
I'm an American and I went to a Chinese hospital. Here's my experience. The doctor's appointment was so easy to book. I just booked on the machine and a kind staff member came to help me. After I got my appointment, I was able to see the doctor very quickly. In America, sometimes it takes months just to get a specialist appointment. But here, I was able to do it in 1 day. The doctors were very professional and they work extremely hard. The appointment was $4 without insurance. In America, this would cost at least $300 without insurance. Unbelievable. In the hospital, every worker knew what they were doing and they didn't make any mistakes. Everyone is playing their role to absolute perfection. Considering China has so many people, I'm very impressed by how efficient the healthcare system is.
$4 without insurance. That's pretty interesting, huh? Guess China's got something right. And one more news story before Juan.
We just learned that a 70-year-old man was arrested after Meridian police say he hit another man with his car during today's demonstrations at the Tesla dealership in Meridian. Police say 70-year-old Christopher Talbot of Meridian made an obscene gesture towards a counter-protester and then hit him with his car. Police say the victim had been driving a truck with pro-Trump flags and had just parked and gotten out of his car when Talbot hit him.
Not cool. So that happened at this, see, it wasn't, there's been a lot of these protests at Trump or the Musk dealerships and, or Tesla dealerships. So there were people out there trying to support him and, you know, wasn't a protest. It was like a support group, basically a pro Elon group, and some Democrat had to run one of them over, I guess. Not cool at all. Kind of messed up, really. All right. That concludes our news updates. We will now take a look at what 107 has to say. I will be with you in the chat, my friends.
And by the way, just hours ago, President Trump put out on Truth Social something that I've told audiences for quite some time now. We have all the information. We even have the guys that did the actual steal on the electronic side of the election. Wow. We have them in protective custody here in the United States. Their families were brought in first, and then they were brought in shortly after Trump was inaugurated a few weeks ago now. And the reason that's important, because they've got even the metadata, the original data, not copies, the original data from the systems they were using to manipulate the vote here in the United States from Serbia and through various locations, including Canada, under Chinese supervision, under Cuban supervision. These were Venezuelan operators. This was a worldwide push with China at the top of the operation to steal the American election and to put Joe Biden into office. Joe Biden did not win the 2020 election. And the proof is massive. It's overwhelming.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for joining us once again on the State of Freedom.
The State of Freedom is a listener-supported podcast. We're committed to pursuing the truth about policymaking, decisions, and situations in Louisiana and at the national level that stand to impact our freedoms.
Please become a monthly supporter of the State of Freedom at freedomstate.us as we continue to expand the voice of liberty across Louisiana and beyond.
Good afternoon and welcome back to the State of Freedom, everyone. We are premiering today on Voice of the People USA Radio. So this is a big shout out to Dan and Hollis and to your amazing audience. Thank you all for joining us today. Chris couldn't make it to this one, so we will miss him and look forward to having him back behind the mic again next Tuesday, same time, same place as usual, 10 a.m. Central. Tuesdays and Thursdays. Send some love to him on social media if you can. And joining me today is our friend and returning guest, Juan O'Savin. If you don't know Juan, he has incredible insights into the realities of the irregular war that we are fighting and living through. And today we will cover a number of topics, including President Trump's new executive order on elections, and what's going on with the onslaught of chemtrails that we are seeing in our skies, and what can we do about both of those. Juan, before we get into the discussion, let me read the scripture of the day. Today it is Ephesians chapter 1, verses 22 and 23.
All right.
And it says, "And he alone is the leader and source of everything needed in the church. God has put everything beneath the authority of Jesus Christ and has given him the highest rank above all others. And now we, his church, are his body on the earth, and that which fills him who is being filled by it." And when I was reading that this morning, I thought, gosh, that's kind of a riddle. What does it mean? And the footnotes in the Passion Translation explain it this way, that we, as we are filled or completed by Christ, we also complete or fill him. And for anyone who's been walking with the Lord for even a short period of time, you know this. This is not a one-time filling. This is not a one-time completion. In order for us to reflect the Lord and to reflect him well, in order for us to respond to situations and people and just daily life with spiritual instincts instead of natural or human instincts, we must be continually filled by the Holy Spirit. And I just thought it's so beautiful to know that our continual filling by Holy Spirit brings fulfillment and brings satisfaction to the Lord. And it reminds me of John 15:5, which says, "I am the sprouting vine and you're my branches. As you live in union with me as your source, fruitfulness will stream from within you. But when you live separated from me, you are powerless." And indeed, we are powerless without him, but with all things, him, all things are possible. So be filled and united with Holy Spirit today so you can do the impossible. Well, Juan, thank you so much for coming on the show. I always feel like such a student when you're here. And as I was preparing for the show, I realized I might have more questions than time, but we're going to do our best. How are you doing today, sir?
Well, the scripture that comes to mind, even with the Ephesians, "I am the vine, you are the branches." And, you were grafted in to this church, this body of Christ. And so when you think about that, you can cut a branch off and it's doomed. It's going to die. It's going to dry out and die. But if you, within a reasonable period of time, do certain trimming on the branch and make it so it can be grafted in smoothly to a live tree, a live vine, and then you tape it up and you kind of nurse it along. Once the sap gets flowing again, you can have a shot at living again. So we're the grafted in branches that were doomed to the fire. And yet God, for his own reasons, has snatched us all, every last one of us. Yeah. God has to initiate. We're not with it enough to initiate ourselves and then graft us in to the life of Christ. And if you are actually getting your life, your sustenance, your refreshment from Christ, then you're going to grow and thrive and live. And if you're not, not every branch that's grafted in, mates up properly and survives. So, you have a high likelihood, but, you've got to be able to wick that sap through your veins, that water through your veins. Christ is the source of life. That's the trees. Where do you get it? In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word became flesh and dwelt among us. So, if you want that life, you probably have to be, spending some time in Scripture.
Yeah.
Some kind of a daily devotional, just like opening the show with a verse. It sets the tone for everything else that happens. And everybody that, has like a daily devotional, something that they read every day, start the day out with, whatever, pretty universally, people will tell you that something in that verse will have keyed you for the rest of the day. God will have somehow spoken, and you go, oh, well, that verse applies today here or there or something else. So it's not a waste. It is, in fact, critical to get, the life flowing in your being, in your heart, mind, soul, even your body by, feeding on, digesting the Word of God. What God would say to you is life. His words are life. He spoke things into existence. You get His Word inside your being, inside your mind, your body, then it will, nothing that God puts out comes back unfruitful.
Yeah.
So if you're getting His Word into you, it will bear fruit.
Yeah, you're so right. And I can't tell you how many years ago, I wish I could, but at some point I had the realization that if I started my day proactively in the Word of God, then I was not living reactive the rest of the day. Then I had to jump on the day in a way that I can't if I miss that time. And it's just been so important to me. I lived corporate lifestyle for a while, and that's not a place where you want to be reactive. You want to be able to feel like you have some sense of grasp on the day that you're taking. I appreciate that so much, Juan.
Well, and the only other thing I'd add just before we go on is that, in combat, and let's be wise here, we're in a combat zone.
Yeah.
So when you're in combat, one of the most important parts of your day is the time you spend doing the mental calculations. Okay, what if, now if this happens, and you plan kind of your actions and reactions based on information that comes on through the day, that's sorting out. And most of the stuff that you kind of do the mental gymnastics on don't actually happen exactly that way. There's some confluence of them that will kind of blend together. But if you've done some of the mental gymnastics and you've kind of, plotted out what the likelihoods are for the day, and then give them over to Christ, give them over to Him, ask for assistance, guidance, wisdom, knowledge, and you started your day out that way, then you've kind of made an agreement to be sensitive to a move of the Spirit, to something that God Himself would show you, an angelic nudge. And that's what you want. Because, think of, all the way back to the garden in a perfect day. Adam and Eve were met in the garden and they walked with Christ.
Yeah.
Christ wasn't born, but there's all sorts of interesting things about the fact that Christ actually walked across time, and that certain angels were given the ability to walk across time, like the angel that came to Daniel. Daniel prayed, what's going to be the end of my people? What's going to be their fate? Daniel had been castrated when he became a slave in Babylon, taken out of Israel. And he saw all of the people, slaves in Babylon. How was God going to get him out of this mess? How was He going to fulfill His promise to Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob?
Yeah.
For a nation as vast as all the sand on the earth and all the stars in the heaven, a heavenly and a spiritual seed and an earthly physical seed. How is that going to happen? And God heard his prayers And then instead of just giving him a word, comforting him his heart, open a scripture, I got a special word for you. God sent an angel across time from the end of time, end of days, in this dispensation, literally the battles at Armageddon and the return of Christ, and had him go back to Daniel. Says that he fought an angel over Persia, and he was delayed in getting to Daniel. And the only wild thing about that is Persia didn't exist yet. It was 50 years in the future. Yeah, it didn't exist. The Medes and the Persians then became kind of major forming states. And it was the Medes and Persians that took down Babylon. But at that moment when they came, they weren't really formed as a nation yet. And so there was an angel over Persia, and the angel that God sent from the end of time fought with that angel over Persia. Some people have said, no, it was Christ that came. I would say that's not true. Christ would not have had to fight with a word. He could have pushed him aside. So this was an angel, an archangel, likely, and gave him this message. Well, he walked across time. Christ has the ability to walk across time. And it appears that he walked in the garden with Adam and Eve in some pre-birth thing or anticipatory or whatever. But at the end of the day, he, in a perfect world where there wasn't any sin at that time, Adam and Eve walked with God and spoke morning and evening.
Yeah.
Well, I think that's the model for us. If we're looking for perfection, if we're looking for a perfect day, then starting it out in some kind of walk with God, with Christ, and ending it in that way, that conversation, I think is a pretty good start. And just one thing that comes to mind right in that thing, and then I'll let you start asking questions. But from time to time, I listen to people who recount their near-death experiences. And there was one particular one that stuck out to me. This was a person who was really struggling in life and had had some type of event happen and died.
Okay.
And when he got to heaven, he was shown a few things, and then he walked to a bench that was sitting in this field or garden with flowers and everything. And Christ came to him, and they sat down on this bench. And then Christ on the bench, just sitting talking with him, walked through all the events of his life, everything that had happened. And this person didn't want to return to the earth. He wanted to stay in heaven. He never wanted to leave. And then Christ showed him things that were yet to happen that he would not participate in, but gave him the choice.
Wow.
And counseled him. And it just seemed to me, in the way that this person recounted it, so Christ-like, not to just tell him what to do, but to have a conversation and ask him some questions and let him hear some answers. And then at the end of that time, he saw why he had to do certain things that fit within the will of God and agreed to come back. And there was some pain because he'd been injured severely, but he came back, went through that, and then continued on. The rest of his life was, so much more important, and that was a pivotal moment. Well, I don't know if we have to go through a death experience or a near-death experience like that. If we're walking, I've often kind of visualized, I got to take a step, sit down and think about where I'm at and ask for divine counsel and to work it through. And I think God does that with, probably all of us. Yeah. If we're asking and willing and kind of, please God, what am I supposed to do next?
You're so right. I listened to this guy on YouTube. His name's Jojo Dawson. He's from Texarkana. And he gets on and he said, when he counsels people, he says, that they come to him and they'll say, oh, well, things really started taking a turn at about this time, 6 months ago. And he'll be like, well, when did you stop having your quiet time with the Lord? When did you stop setting aside that time? And they'll think back, and it was then. And I think you're exactly right, that the time that we spend is the time that lets us know we're on track, keeps us on track. It's that connection that makes us understand the importance of what we're walking in and gives us purpose.
Well, and it's not just, there is, you take scripture and you take it in like food. There's a process to digest it, and it goes to muscles and strength and, clear eyesight and things like that if it's good food. And, when I will do devotions or read stuff that I read, sometimes for me, it's not the same day, it's days later.
Sure.
And I'll remember some verse or some passage or some commentary, and it might fit with a couple of other ones. And so it's not necessarily even the same day, although I enjoy that, and I'll actually look at a couple different commentaries, but it's that blend that I enjoy the most because I'll see like things woven together over several things. And all of a sudden I'm like, yeah, that was all those kind of fit into this situation. And as you get more advanced in your relationship with God, then he weaves much more intricate patterns into your life with all the things that are going on. That's the only way a lot of times, Jen and I have so many things that we are very deeply involved in. And probably to anybody on the outside, it looks even chaotic. It's not. It's just complex. And we have to adjust some things, and we pick up some other things. We mentioned when we came on about 12 hours ago, I had to make a decision and change plans on a moment's notice to adjust to an emergency that came up. So, bang, I'm on a plane, I'm taking care of it, and I'm trying to work through those details. It pushed other stuff off, which are also going to be emergencies. But, somehow you step back and look at it from a God perspective, it all kind of tends to work out. You just got to kind of work with it. And as you're deeper in your spiritual life, I think God gives you greater efficiency and assistance. So a lot of times I'll ask, for, divine assistance, a parking place. I had something the other day where I needed to park right now because I needed to be in a meeting, and it was going to be complex. There was nothing around. And as I'm praying it, I look ahead about 10 cars, and there's the brake lights come on, and I'm the next car that could get that spot. Even a parking space. There's times when God gives you that extra assurance. It was like a God does have this, right? And it's little things like that just kind of reassure you that you're in a plan or path that God has for you, and he's got you. And then the other side of the coin is Jen and I had something very important that we had wanted to get started and accomplished immediately, all the way back to last year. It was very important. And there was a couple things, even good guys, that weren't coming through the way they were supposed to and getting it done. Well, even in the last week or two, it's begun to evolve that there's something else that's far more important. And if we were involved in that particular project, it might actually distract us or keep us from being able to do this other thing. So it was kind of a thank God we didn't get started there. This is far more important. And so we'll pause on that till a later time and go this route, and it will actually be better. So, and know when it's God giving it, you need to be sensitive to not think you know exactly what the answer is all the time. And then how frustrating was it for Daniel? Yeah. He was praying and fasting, and he's waiting, and God, please give me a message note. Well, the messenger was delayed by an entity over Persia, dark angel over Persia. There was something else that stopped it. And by the way, in Daniel's future, he was taken when Babylon fell into Persia and was honored there. His grave today is in Persia, modern day Iran.
Really?
And everybody knows where Daniel's grave is at, the prophet. And he was revered as a prophet. But the other side of the coin is it appears that was just prior to this period where the Esther events happened. And so what was this huge dark angel doing over Persia? That's where there was a plan to kill all the Jews. And then Mordecai and Esther played a part in that, where the whole situation was reversed and those that plotted the death of the Jews themselves were killed. Well, that was all in Daniel's future and just beyond the end of his life. We know what that dark angel is now. And there had to be this battle to, protect God's people. And what was Daniel praying? What's the fate of your people, Father God? And so the messenger was even able to give Daniel the end of the Babylon Empire, where the Jews were slaves, their time in Persia, where they were contending for safety with other people that wanted their death, and then the end of all of this time. Daniel got more than he thought he was, that he was asking for.
Yeah.
He got the near future and the end of this dispensation as an answer. And the delay was what gave him time to get that information just from the angel, that dark angel over Persia. So we have to be a little bit understanding that our emergency isn't necessarily God's emergency, and his timing, it's hard at times, but his timing is his timing. And that's where faith and trust come in.
Yeah, gosh, and learning patience, for sure, learning patience.
Well, better to be patient than be a patient.
Well, that's true. Well said. Well said.
We've all had instances crop up where we could use the advice or skills of a trusted attorney. Whether you're looking at the implications of new laws for your business, signing a contract or a lease, looking to write a will or establish a trust, or even resolve a dispute with your credit card company, Legal Shield has got you covered. For over 50 years, Legal Shield has made it affordable and easy to access a dedicated lawyer. With the app, Legal Shield is like having a lawyer in your back pocket. For covered emergencies, Legal Shield is here for you 24/7, plans to fit any stage of life. The State of Freedom is proud to be teamed up with Legal Shield as clients and affiliates. To learn more or to sign up, visit the Shop Our Partners page on freedomstate.us or check out the link in the show notes. Thank you for supporting the State of Freedom.
Well, last time, I know you were just talking about Esther, and that I was chuckling a little bit because I really think that Tina Peters is an Esther in America. And last time we had you on, you were talking about how you believe that the Lord has equipped her and has a special plan for her. Obviously, I believe she's still sitting in jail. She laid everything on the line and standing up for the truth and the voice of the people in Colorado in the 22 elections. Has there been any progress that you're aware of since the letter was sent from the DOJ to the district court in Colorado with interest in her case?
Yeah, I mean, there's new developments almost daily. And of course, the Justice Department has advised various parties in Colorado, plus Tina's attorney, who's handling her appeal. The Justice Department has advised the world that their investigation into Tina's case and other election-related matters in Colorado is no longer just looking over the shoulder. It is a full-blown criminal investigation.
Wow.
So, and of course, when they're doing that, they're not giving you any clues about where they're at, what they're doing, what, is about to happen or not happen. But they have made it very clear what's going on in Colorado is now considered a criminal investigation of the operations of the courts and other things in Colorado. So a federal.
That's awesome. That's amazing and well deserved.
I said very early on, I said, as Trump came in, Colorado and the officials in Colorado can dig their heels in, that their rights as a state to do these prosecutions are their rights and the feds can't trample over them. But to the extent that they're trampling over federal rights, federal civil rights that every citizen has as a member of the United States, beyond your state citizenship, gives you certain civil rights protections. And just like it was the feds that came into Alabama and said, we're going to protect the civil rights of people in Alabama. And if the state courts aren't going to take care of education properly and protect kids and students so they get a fair, even education, then we're going to step in and mandate how this is going to run here. That was a civil right. If the vote situation in Colorado is diluting or damaging the vote of citizens in Colorado, that's their civil right to have their vote counted correctly, even though it's inside the state. And what Tina, her role uncovered is that the vote information was being frauded, destroyed, altered, not just in state elections, but in federal elections conducted within the state. And then a lot of things that they made into crimes that Tina did, just like having someone take a snapshot. Well, it wasn't, a crime. Even the person that put on a badge, she had total authority to escort anybody in there that she wanted. It was done for convenience going out the door because it had a thing to click it open. They concocted these wild things. The judge in the case, his sentencing remarks were completely over the top. He said that Tina essentially had no First Amendment rights to free speech. She wasn't charged or convicted related to her free speech, yet he addressed the fact that she wouldn't change what she said, wouldn't change her opinion. She'd continue on talking the way she was. So he had to throw the book at her, essentially. Well, there's no legal basis for that. That was completely over the top. And he will be sanctioned and possibly even himself prosecuted for what's going on there. And everybody in Colorado, as I said, President Trump, can't pardon Tina because it's a state matter, not a federal matter. But that doesn't mean that he can't do things that really slow down the operations in Colorado and bring federal investigators to, bring the welding torch and cut the roof off of all of the operations there and open it up and see what's really going on inside of Colorado. And that's exactly what we're doing. It's a criminal investigation that the feds are running and looking at all the players in Colorado.
Well, that's amazing because Colorado has been ground zero for so much corruption. And it seems a lot of just really weird, outsized leftist policy as well. They've used Colorado for a breeding ground, a testing ground for that kind of stuff for a long time. And it will be good to honestly give the people of Colorado some relief.
Well, part of the question is, what was it about Colorado that attracted Dominion Vote Systems to put their U.S. headquarters there? There was something about the connections arrangements, it would appear, that seemed enticing and favorable and protective enough to them to choose Colorado for their U.S. I mean, the U.S. is a big place,
Yeah, you're
why
right.
Colorado?
Before we move on, how is Tina doing? Have you been able to connect with her?
I think she's doing a little better now. They moved her to a county where the sheriff is pretty, straight and narrow, runs a straight game. A couple of the jails that they were putting her in, the one at Mesa County especially, she got solitary confinement for burning the toast.
Good grief.
Okay. By the way, Jen had a great comment the other day. We have the Megador in chief and we have, taglines for some of the various players. But when we get Tina out, we were thinking we were going to go ahead and get her one of the Megador jackets and have her as the Toastmaster in chief.
I love that. I bet she's not, I don't know. I don't even know what to say, how you think back on this, how she's going to look back on this time other than to be grateful that she's not in it anymore. But it's just the conditions of the jail, I understand, were pretty horrible and the treatment has been horrible. And I just pray that we start Tina's story and other stories that are equally unjust need a fair hearing. I think she will be at the tip of the spear leading criminal justice reform in this country when she gets out.
Well, I think even beyond that, first off, I think I heard the date they were planning on moving her the first week of April to a state prison, which is a bit different. And they bounced around in these county jails, and that was pretty brutal. But where she's at right now, she's not quite as bad as it was before. But she's 70 years old. If you were in your 20s, it would be difficult. It is difficult. And then she's a cancer survivor. So the food that they have is the kinds of things that would trigger the cancer back on again, literally. So she has to be very careful of like the mystery meat bologna that they want to give her with their 2 slices of white bread and some of the other stuff that's there with the condiments and sugars and like that. So she's really down to, she'll have a slice of bread and she'll have a piece of fruit, whatever they have that day. And it's not crisp fruit. It's, you know, the kind that they decide they're not going to sell in the supermarkets, send it to the prison. She's, you know, and so for a cancer survivor, that's a very serious thing. And then she should be out on bail while her sentence is appealed because it's going to be overturned. It will be overturned if not in the state courts, in the federal courts, because the trial was run fraudulently. But they've refused to even let her out on bail. She's no threat to society. The judge said she was a threat to society because she'd talk about what she saw in Colorado. Well, yeah, he's a threat. She's a threat to that crowd.
Right.
Because they're involved in all sorts of dastardly activity. So, yeah, they need her shut up and locked down. But, yeah, there's no reason that she couldn't be out on bail. You know, murderers out on bail. Yeah. And there was no number. I mean, you know, if they said she has to have $10 million bail and an ankle bracelet on in case she's going to run, you know, if her conviction is stood. Okay, I probably could find $10 million from people that would pay it. Yeah. That's why they want no bail. No bail. Anybody else gets bail? No bail. You know, really.
Yeah,
So,
it's unbelievable. Well, keep us
Yeah.
posted on her, Juan, because she is just such a warrior, and I have such a heart for Tina. I feel, you know, she's a sister in Christ, and she's just such an inspiration to so many people with her courage and the integrity that she has faced all of this with. So I just, when you talk to her, let her know that we're rooting for her. We still think about her all the time. We're praying for her daily, and we're looking to see her on the other side of this.
well, the only thing I'd also add there, you know, look at where Tina's at. Her son, she's a Gold Star mom. Her son passed away in a skydiving accident while in military service. But once she became a problem for the people in the state of Colorado, they attacked her in a relationship with her husband, who was suffering dementia and living in a care home. These are high school sweethearts. And they convinced him to sign some paperwork, even though he's suffering from dementia. And next thing you know, they cart him off to Arkansas. And then she's on an ankle bracelet and can't travel without all sorts of extra permission and everything else. And disaffected them when he was in his greatest moment of need.
Yeah.
And he passed away there. It was horrible. We worked very hard to help Tina there. A number of friends stepped in and helped her through that. You know, she has a house. She's had pets, and yet she had to, you know, get things put away and set up so that she could get ready to go to prison. You know, when you're 70 years old, maybe you got 20 years, maybe you only have 10, maybe you have 5. Every hour, every minute becomes more and more precious for things that you want to do. Especially, do you know that she's never, ever even had a parking ticket? And imagine, you know, the reason she ran for the clerk there in Mesa County, Colorado, was because she goes to get her driver's license. Everybody else does. It's a 4-hour wait.
That's right.
to
She
get
wanted
your
to fix
driver's
the
license.
DMV.
She was just like, really? Is it that hard? You're a little county. It's not that big of a location. And you have to wait 4 hours to get your driver's license. Some of the people had to drive, you know, long distances because there's only a couple of offices they could go to. So Tina came in, reduced the wait times radically, opened up a new office that was more convenient for a lot of people, and streamlined the whole thing, got it down to where there was virtually no wait. And people were so thankful for that. Well, that's what she ran for. She didn't do it for the election stuff. Then by the side door, when the election 2020 happened, by the way, coming into that election, she frequently told people that, no, this is the gold, you know, star of election locations. Our systems are fantastic. I mean, the rest of the country wishes their systems were as efficient as they are here in Mesa County. The only time that changed was when she was asking the Secretary of State send out a notice they were going to be doing some upgrading of the election machines that had been used in the 2020 election. And there was all these people questioning the 2020 election. And so she said, well, should we be backing these machines up? She asked the Secretary of State and other people within the states who had authorities if they could help her back up her machine so that, if they're doing maintenance, what if anything goes wrong? They accidentally short the machine out and they lose all the vote information. Her job, which she has to take an oath to take that office, she has to swear an oath. Her job that she swore an oath to is to protect the election data, both state and federal. 22 months for the state vote records, the federal vote records, and 25 months for the state vote records. And so here they're going to come in and, wipe everything on the machine. And they even admitted that some stuff might be deleted or eliminated. And she's like, I'm not going to be part of that.
Right.
I can't agree to that. Remember, elections are run at the county level, not the state. They're not run at the federal level. They're run at the county level, not the state or federal. So the county clerk is the person responsible for that data for the voters in their county and where the precincts are, how they're manned, all that stuff. That's the clerk of the county's responsibility. So when the state wouldn't help her back up her machine, she alone had authority and responsibility over the machines in her county, not the Secretary of State, not the governor. It's her job to maintain that data. And if they weren't going to participate and offer her means to a solution, she reached out, asked other people, what can I do? Who can I get to help? And actually got a person who was certified and authorized at the federal level to protect and handle and be involved with vote machines. And what she did was excruciatingly simple. All she did was back up, like you'd back up your computer, is back up the information inside the Dominion machine. So there was no changing anything. It was just making essentially a copy, a photograph of everything in the machine so that when Dominion's people came and worked on it for hours and hours and hours behind the closed locked door, anything that they did, we could compare before and after. And that's exactly what happened. After they were done, another photo or copy was made, and then investigative work was done and showed that all sorts of files had been deleted, all sorts of information had been erased, and was very disconcerting.
I'm so looking forward to the other side of Tina's story because it's just unbelievable what they have put her through for literally doing her job and telling the truth.
Yep. Well, and she's gone through, 4 years of scrutiny, hell, disaffection, harassment.
Yeah.
The papers.
Physical threats. Right?
Yeah, well, and the papers in Mesa have done dozens and dozens and dozens of articles. My gosh, you'd think she, was some horrid person. I mean, you can't even talk nicely in nice audiences about the horrors that they did to her and harassment like that. And the criminal investigation is warranted. There's going to be collusion found between various players and communications found between various players doing things to personally attack and set up Tina and coordinate actions against her and her husband. I don't think it's going to be a very nice day for the people in Colorado that targeted Tina,
I hope it's not. I hope it's a very terrible day for them because honestly, they deserve it. They really deserve it. Juan, let's talk a little bit about what's happening on the election integrity front at the national level. Yesterday, President Trump ordered the declass of the Crossfire Hurricane files. Speaking of people who are yet to rue the day. And he said that that in the Crossfire Hurricane files is evidence that the 2020 election was stolen. Now that struck me as very interesting because we all know that Crossfire Hurricane, the op or scandal, however you want to look at it, took place in the 2016, 2017 timeframe. I mean, it was part of his 2015, 2016 campaign. So what's your thinking on this? Will it point to the Obamas and James Comey? Because it seems that Crossfire Hurricane must be more than meets the eye.
Well, first of all, let me just restate what I've stated so many times, including for your audience. 2020, it's not over yet.
So good and on key.
Yes. So let's think about this. When they failed with Crossfire Hurricane to set President Trump up on the Russia stuff, they had to double down within this deep state cabal that's captured much of America's government, in order to ensure that he couldn't stay in power for another 4 years, and to win the 2020 election. Things were continued that had been in motion, in play, all the way back before 2016 even. And so the plans, the mechanisms to steal the 2020 election actually began a couple years before 2020 election. And that's why it's in the Crossfire Hurricane, the communications, the follow-on, et cetera, by many of the same players. You know, the contention was, think of it this way. Think Russia, 2016. Trump supposedly colluded with Putin and was doing secret communications and receiving help and, articles and whatever. So then, what was the justification even after the 2020 election? What was the justification for providing? There was an executive order 13848, which said that for every federal election that was done in 2018, every federal election henceforth, essentially the kitchen sink of all investigative capability of the United States, everything in Homeland Security, all 17 agencies, 16 plus the director of national security. All of it had to be thrown at looking for any interference in any elections in the U.S. by people outside the U.S., foreign interference. So that's not some person inside the vote system machine in Colorado. That's foreign assistance. Okay. In this case, it was China, Cuba, Serbia, Venezuela, some out of Canada. And then there's some other places that we haven't really talked about yet, but they came into the U.S. where there was foreign locations that are American government offices. That stuff was funneled through, completed the circle of how the information came back into our vote system. Very, very disgusting and disturbing. So with that in mind, when the executive order was done, it said that within 45 days after any federal election where federal offices are being filled, that the director of national intelligence, who runs everything over at Homeland Security, the other 16 agencies, the director of national intelligence, at that time, that was Radcliffe, has to put together a report and give it to the president and to the other congressional bodies that monitor elections as appropriate, indicating if there's any foreign interference in the election. And then it's an interim report. And that way, before you get to January 6th, certifying the election, you had a couple weeks to look at this, and essentially a month before the election handover of the baton from one presidency to the other occurs. So when Director Radcliffe got to the 45 days, a couple days beforehand, in 2020, he did a couple of news briefings for media and said that he was not going to be able to provide his 45-day report to President Trump on time. It was due on December 18th, 2020. And he said the reason why is because some of the agency heads, which he didn't identify, of the 16 intelligence agencies refused to provide their data. And there was chatter at the time that the logic, the reasoning why they wouldn't provide the data is that Trump was a Russian agent. Trump was colluding with Putin.
Right.
Trump was not trustworthy, so they were justified. And then the agency heads weren't named, but was head of FBI, head of CIA,
Right.
Type of stuff. Now, what Radcliffe should have done, my opinion, he should have given the 45-day interim report to the president and to Congress, and then identified that it's incomplete because these agency heads refused to give their data. And then Congress could call them in and call them on the carpet. What the hell are you thinking? What's your logic? Because we'd already gone through all the Russia stuff. It had been shown that Trump wasn't in collusion. There's no way. What right did Comey over at the FBI have to not provide his intelligence materials from the election to the director of national intelligence? He had no authority. That was insurrection.
Yeah.
That was insubordination. He should have been called into Congress and fired on the spot. He should have even possibly been charged for that type of mutinous activity. The same thing with other people in their positions at the federal agencies, including the CIA. If you think about it moving forward, Radcliffe, in his statements in 2020, just before and after December 18th, said that there was information showing foreign interference in the 2020 election. And the only question was it enough to throw the election? Which, because they didn't get all the data, they couldn't determine. So if you remember, and just for the sake of history, remember when Trump put out the call and asked Americans to show up on January 6th and make their presence known, as Congress was going to certify the vote or not. There was talk by some of the people in various states that they were going to ask to send the electors back to the states from certain states and verify their data. And that was a pretty hard thing. About a third of Congress and the Senate were ready to send the electors back and have them recheck their data, do an investigation. What was being asked for was a 10-day pause to verify, especially within 7 states, if the vote had been done correctly according to state laws in those states, and if the information was accurate, or if there had been any mischief in those states. 1 million plus Americans show up in the dead of winter. Biggest crowd in Washington, D.C. in history, by the way. And then the drama, the setup on the January 6th, the riot, was a complete setup.
Yeah.
And before we're done, we will see that Nancy Pelosi helped orchestrate it, directly had her hand on it, and others joined her. So when you get there, that was election interference also, because they work. Ted Cruz out of Texas was calling for, a pause. It was a legitimate request, and they powered right through it. After the Capitol was opened up and the people came through, everybody paused. And later, after the crowd was gone, Congress came back, and instead of the states that were going to object, they were intimidated into just going along, hurry up and voting and getting this done.
Yeah.
And so then America got 4 years of a president who was fraudulent. And by the way, just hours ago, President Trump put out on Truth Social something that I've told audiences for quite some time now. We have all the information. We even have the guys that did the actual steal on the electronic side of the election.
Wow.
We have them in protective custody here in the United States. Their families were brought in first, and then they were brought in shortly after Trump was inaugurated a few weeks ago now. And the reason that's important, because they've got even the metadata, the original data, not copies, the original data from the systems they were using to manipulate the vote here in the United States from Serbia and through various locations, including Canada, under Chinese supervision, under Cuban supervision. These were Venezuelan operators. This was a worldwide push with China at the top of the operation to steal the American election and to put Joe Biden into office. Joe Biden did not win the 2020 election. And the proof is massive. It's overwhelming. And these people are in the custody, protective custody of the Justice Department right now. The Justice Department has done all sorts of stuff. But the military is also in.
Juan, let me just pause you right there. That just, first of all, you've blown my mind. I did not know that Trump put that out on Truth Social today. Okay, he signed an executive order earlier this week on election security. Before he signed that order, maybe the day before, I think, our governor, the Louisiana governor, Jeff Landry, was at the White House, and he was signing a $20 billion deal for a steel plant with the CEO of Hyundai. And during the press conference, completely unprovoked, President Trump brought up the insecurity and fraud in our elections, and he laid out his perspective that America should move to a watermarked paper ballots, one-day voting, same-day counting. And while he was talking about that, he remarked that this approach costs 8% of what we're doing now. And he turned and looked at Jeff Landry in the face and said something to the effect of, if you're looking to save some money. And I can tell you that Governor Landry did not nod his head in agreement. He looked like he was not very happy to hear that. And we know from a Louisiana perspective that the Louisiana state officials, including Governor Landry and the Secretary of State Nancy Landry, are pushing forward with they want to see an RFP for new machines, new Dominion machines that will cost the taxpayers of Louisiana well over $100 million. And I believe that they're pushing even harder for that than they would have because Trump, they can see where he's going, right? And the people who have been promised to get paid perhaps need to get paid. So they want to ram this down the throat of the taxpayers. I say all that to come back to your point about if these people are in protective custody and statewide officials have now been illuminated to that fact, do you think that that's going to have the needed chilling effect on them to stop, like to pause and really think about how much buying these machines is going to mean to them if they're looking at some, potentially being in a position to counter, to run counter or run afoul of something like,
well, let me just, let's have some fun.
Okay, please.
Okay. You've got Governor Landry in there. And he's a really sharp businessman, man. He knows how to do a deal. He's like Trump, man. He can get the big deal in there. He's got Hyundai there. He knows how to work a contract, okay? They've got the best attorneys to make sure that the deal is sound. Everybody's going to do what they're supposed to do. And there's going to be no blowback on the taxpayers. They're going to make money because of this deal. They're not going to lose money. So he's a really good contract negotiator. Okay. All right. Beautiful job, Governor Landry. Here's what I suggest you do. Go ahead and do the deal. Go ahead and do the deal with Dominion. Commit to spending the $100 million on one condition, that if for any reason Trump issues an executive order that makes it that you can't use electronic voting systems and devices for any federal election henceforth, any time before 2016, that Dominion will insure the people of Louisiana with a bond, which means they don't have to come up with it later. It's guaranteed up front, a bond to cover going out, picking up all the Dominion machines around the state that can't be used in the federal election and take them to the dumpster pile, wherever they got it, and burn pile. And they will return all the money plus interest with no removal fees, period, done. We don't even want a penalty. We just want to not own anything. I would think that Governor Landry could easily include that in the contract, and get Dominion to get a bond, just like every contractor has to be bonded, that if some unusual circumstance arises where the federal government won't use the machines, they'll cover the expense of taking them home. Why? Because we have over at the America Project and other places, I would hope you'd post it on your site with anything you're doing. We have the proposed executive order that there is one that exists, but I think it needed to be expanded a bit. And so we had some of the election people that are pretty sharp within our coalition candidates and our election groups put together a proposed executive order that I believe is pretty close to what Trump's going to sign before the end of the summer. And that executive order says 1 day paper ballot counted where cast. No ballots get moved in secret boxes into the trunk of the police car and over to a vote center or a fire truck or a mail carrier or some private party. You cast your vote, watermark paper ballot, and it doesn't leave the precinct. It's counted right there in the precinct. No more of these 30,000 person precincts or 5,000 and the chaos that comes. 1,500 or less. Same day with valid government issued ID. And, that you're a U.S. citizen, you live in that area and you have the right to vote. What Trump's also going to do is he's going to remove the electronic side of the voter registration. The voter rolls are so screwed up. This last executive order a few days ago addresses that, but there's more to come. You won't be able to register from half a planet away. You're going to have to do it in person.
Great.
With a valid ID and sign your registration form. We're going to have to clean all the existing voter rolls. And I believe Trump intends to do that before the end of the summer, so there's enough time for people to re-register. Now, what's the context going to be? Because he said when he signed this executive order the other day that there's several more coming. And we've been advised behind the scenes and those will happen in the next 30 days. But it's still not the big one. And but why is that? Because just like Trump's statement today, he is preparing people for what's coming. You haven't heard about the arrests. They haven't happened yet that are going to be, stunning related to elections 2016 and 2020. You haven't heard the disclosures about what the evidence is precisely that those people that are now in the protective custody of the Justice Department and the military have to say. But when you do, it's going to so disturb, so shock, even people that may not like Trump. It's so compelling, it's so unarguable what happened that people will not, there will be an outcry to secure the elections moving forward. And you can't use the existing systems. They can't be repaired in time. In fact, we have a group out of one of the great scientific labs here in America, probably the premier lab, that are coming together in just a few days. And their intent is to use the same caliber of expertise regarding certain systems that we look at in military terms and apply it to the vote systems across the country. And the contention is, it's a question first. Can the existing systems all through America that were used in 2020 and 2024, can those same systems be trusted to provide an accurate vote in the 2026 midterms? The answer is no. We have lots of evidence that it's compromised. The systems don't work. They're vulnerable 1,000 different ways. So then the second question is, can the existing systems be modified, updated, streamlined so that they can be used in 2026 safely? And the reality is that no, you can't get them modified, certified, people trained in time to use them in 2026. Because the problem with the machines ultimately is, you know, you can't fix them. They're already fixed. So then the third question is there electronic vote systems out there somewhere in the world that can be purchased for any price and then put in place, the people trained, the systems validated, verified, etc., in time for the midterms in 2026? No, there's no electronic system that's safe. They're all vulnerable. You know, the systems right now are being frauded in about over 50 different ways in the electronic system. And then there's the paper ballot issues, ballots printed in China, brought through Singapore and to Vancouver, BC, and down to Seattle and out across the whole country through the mail system, trucked there by new trucking companies, not the old ones. A very interesting story there of some nefarious activities that appear to be going on there. But with that in mind, a trucking system's going to the postal locations. With that in mind, if you can't fix them and you can't buy new stuff and you can't modify them for 2026, how are you going to have a safe, clean, reliable election in the midterms? How? The only way is exactly what the executive order will require if Trump signs it. And that is same day paper ballot, counted where cast, no transporting the ballots, smaller precincts, 1,500 and smaller, with valid voter ID and a voter roll that is new and fresh and clean and pure, and not a revamped old voter roll full of all sorts of holes and falsities, etc. You're going to have to re-register everybody. Start from scratch. You can't fix, all these companies. I can tell you there's about a dozen companies have all sorts of solutions to clean the voter rolls. None of them gets to 100%.
Yeah.
I
remember when Tina came on, she even recommended every 2 years. I mean, if you have to go and get a license renewed every couple of years, what is it to you to go ahead and delete the voter rolls every 2 years and just start fresh?
Yeah, I think it might be too frequent. I think 4 is probably adequate, but Tina and I have talked about this before, and she makes a very good case why it would be every 2 years. We had Jen and I did over to Hawaii to her place and stayed with us for a couple of weeks while we were helping her prepare for her court stuff. Tina is a sharp cookie, and she has been talking with vote people all over the country while this saga has played out. So if I had to defer to anybody and their logic, it would be Tina. But I still kind of think if we did it every 4 years, that's adequate.
Yeah, it'll still be a vast, vast improvement on what we've got. That's for dang sure.
Because we'll also be very careful.
Well, yeah.
That it won't get the momentum. We won't have people still voting at the same precinct that are 140 years old.
Exactly.
We're not going to let that happen.
I have a suspicion there are quite a number of those here in Louisiana. What does your instinct tell you, or what do your sources tell you? When do you think we will start to see arrests? That's what everyone wants to know. People want to see justice. Do you have any sense for when that might start trotting out?
Well, there is a sequence to it, I believe. The oldest investigations are the ones going back to 2015 and 2016. And the Russia hoax. So Cash wrote a book on this. He knows it front to back. He knows all the players. He knows all the frauds. Cash getting in at the FBI, where he would start is where he has the greatest knowledge and he knows that the cases are the most mature. So all they've done is pulled out the aspects that they already had, and they're polishing them up nice and shiny bright and putting them in the proper order and paginating everything. I would say that, and Cash has said, he said just Monday, that everybody needs to be prepared. High profile arrests are coming and they're imminent. It's very soon. Why would you start with the Russia stuff? It's the oldest stuff. It's where a lot of this stuff really got going. And by the way, the players involved include the Obamas, Brennan, Comey, Hillary.
Mm-hmm.
These are all known, people and a bunch of peripheral around them. So when that would be a first round, and their interference, you got to remember something. Russia didn't just go after Trump. It went after America. And the reason that I say it that way, look how quickly President Trump has been able to move on so many fronts to help the country and to trim the ship out and get things on a path to working right again. He came into office under a cloud. His, for example, Flynn was going to be his national security advisor. One of the things that people need to kind of keep in mind, go back to Trump. He becomes the elected president-elect. Hillary concedes the election. And then about 2 weeks after the election, out of nowhere, Admiral Rogers leaves his early morning briefing, throws a couple papers in his briefcase, goes out the side door, surprises his driver, doesn't tell anybody where he's going, has him drive, turn left, turn right, takes him to Trump Tower. Nobody knew he was going there. Nobody. Rings the doorbell. Hi, I'd like to talk to President-elect Trump. Who are you? Admiral Rogers, NSA. And by the way, just so you understand, biggest dog on the block, worldwide, is National Security Agency. They're 10 times the size of the CIA on budget. They get everything. And Admiral Rogers goes up, shakes hands with Trump. Nice to meet you. Congratulations. And then he opens up his briefcase and he starts putting papers out on the desk in front of him. And Trump reads them for just a couple of minutes, realizes they are transcripts of conversations that he had only hours before inside the skiff, which is supposed to be a secure communications conversation where he was at. Trump stops everything. He was going over people he was going to put into office. What kind of players were they? People like General Flynn. Do you know that when Trump met Obama just days before they were going to hand over and Trump was coming into office and Obama was out, they had less than an hour conversation. You know what half the time was spent talking about? Well, a third of the time was spent talking about?
General Flynn.
Obama was telling Trump, don't use General Flynn. He's that accused him of being a Russian spy, having bedded a Russian spy at a thing Stephen Halper put on over at Cambridge. This traitorous American that was the unindicted co-conspirator in Iran-Contra, who was on DOD's payroll while he's supposedly just a professor over at Cambridge. And he was trying to set up Flynn. He set up Papadopoulos. They were attacking people inside the Trump camp. I think, and I don't know it yet, we'll see what comes out, that, I don't know if people in your audience know this. Comey was accused by an FBI officer who was present in the room when two other FBI officers that are portrayed as honeypots were commissioned by Director of the FBI Comey in 2016 to go infiltrate, actually 15, go infiltrate Trump's campaign.
Wow.
And they're honeypots. In other words, it's a sex angle.
Yeah.
And they were trying to get in with people inside the Trump campaign and find out what they can find out. This is before Crossfire Hurricane. This is before there was any information that Trump might be colluding with the Russians. In other words, a goose chase. Just go see what you can find.
Mm-hmm.
For all of these agencies, there has to be an initiating thing where they have some
Reasonable
type of trigger.
Yeah.
That there's a reasonable expectation that something nefarious is taking place that requires, investigative oversight because a crime may have occurred or is about to occur. But there was nothing in that time period that justified starting sending in undercover agents into Trump's campaign. So what Comey did was criminal. And then he didn't record their observations, their information in any normal way, even where you're dealing with very sensitive investigations involving high-profile politicians, things like that, military, etc. There are ways for the director to conceal that information but make a timely record in a knowable place. Because what if the director of the FBI, has heart failure or something? Can somebody else come in and pick up and continue on? You're going to have the whole fate of the nation just on one guy's shoulders. And so those two honeypots, one of them, I believe, is going to turn out to be, but I don't know it, this aide to Stephen Halper over at Cambridge. She was a student aide, so came out of somewhere, the riffraff, who then kissed up to Papadopoulos. Papadopoulos has one of the most beautiful wives in the world. She's Italian. They accused her of being Russian, a Russian spy, and then tried to get Papadopoulos to bed this gal before he went off to Israel and everything else. They were trying to entice him in some, to violate his vows. They did the same thing with the Russian gal, supposedly towards Flynn, which never happened. And so the reason I mention that is those activities were scurrilous. They're not defensible. And that happened inside the FBI. So when you're releasing Crossfire Hurricane, part of the question will be, and how much of that information is going to reflect earlier as well as later activities that weren't directly what we've known as Russia, Russia, Russia. How much of the information from Crossfire Hurricane laid the basis within the FBI for justification not to provide information to Director Radcliffe at the Director of National Intelligence concerning the 2020 election, or head of the CIA, or any of the others. Look at the cyber security systems. They were going in and looking at the election machines. And part of the question is, if the machines can't communicate over an air gap, which is part of what the contract is, then how was it that cybersecurity was able to monitor the machines and make sure that they're all safe?
Well, it's a great question.
Where were they plugged in? Where was Homeland Security plugged in? And by the way, let's go back to Tina's situation for a moment. How come we now know that the machines were changed during the trusted build in Colorado? Is it possible that part of the criminal investigations is that whereas the state of Colorado should be prosecuting Dominion for violating their contract, should be canceling their contracts with Dominion because they violated their contract to protect the election data for the state offices and for the federal election data. And when they did their trusted build, it destroyed the data. We have the proof. That's what Tina obtained. How come that has never been prosecuted within the Colorado system? And since they're not doing it, what's some of the next step in the criminal investigation going on in Colorado? Hey!
Well, let me
Stop
ask
right there.
When you think about the people who are wrapped up in this Crossfire Hurricane, they're not just, they're evil people. They are truly treasonous, horrible human beings. And this is only, maybe they have 10, 15 crimes each wrapped up in this, but they have a laundry list, a lifetime laundry list of crimes leading up to this. Is it yours?
Well, let me help you out.
Yeah,
let me
help me
you
out.
With one. Patrick Byrne. And by the way, of all the players in all of these sagas, everybody here in this audience, let's say a prayer for Patrick. What a patriotic American. Put it all in line. He has had a couple little health things that he's dealing with that have gone back to most of his life. In spite of all that, you know what? He has stayed the course. I just love this guy. He's just a beautiful person. And I have a lot of, admiration and respect for the way he's conducted himself through all of this. Remember, he's the guy that during some of what we now know as Crossfire Hurricane later, but in an earlier period, was also asked by Director Comey and Brennan, FBI and CIA, but Brennan was supposed to be in the background. We know he was in on this, but it was FBI specifically. They said, look, Patrick, because Patrick had done things for our government at different times, even though he had $1 billion business. He sold it. He didn't get $1 billion. He got far less than that, but about 100 million. Patrick had done stuff for our government as a liaison to other governments around the world and in certain situations, business situations, to help the U.S. government for several decades. He wasn't in their employ. He wasn't an FBI employee or a CIA or something like that. But he was, as a patriotic citizen, a source and a contact and a relay for information between governments to try and work through crises in an official capacity. So he gets called in, and he does provide reports regularly. At that time, it was covert. Nobody knew about it. He gets called in, and the FBI asks him, they have a couple agents assigned to him. Hey, problem. We have information that Hillary is taking bribe money, illegal campaign contributions. We don't have any proof of it. We don't know if it's true, but we'd like you to, see if you could put it together somehow and see if she would take a bribe. If she is, then we need to do it. We can't have somebody that's taking bribes.
Juan, did I lose you?
Becoming president of the United States.
Okay, there you are.
No, I had a call coming in. I had to send it away. We can't have a person that's, taking illegal campaign contributions, become president of the United States. So they sent Patrick off just to go see what we can do. They didn't tell him what to do, how to do it. He says, well, let me think about it and I'll see. So he wrote about it in his book, talked about it in his movie. He set up a situation where he had a chance to talk to Hillary privately between floors. One group lets her on an elevator at a certain floor at a place she's staying outside the country, and the other group's waiting for her downstairs. She stops at an intermediate floor, talks to Patrick. They work a deal for $18 million. If he gets her $18 million, she'll do a certain thing. And she gets back on the elevator, goes down. The people at the top and the people at the bottom are no the wiser. Okay, it's the way it's done. Patrick gets it all recorded. There's no question of what she said, committed to, and that it's a huge crime. He got exactly what they asked for. Agents are popping the champagne. They're all excited. He's done this amazing job. And a few days later, they call him back into the office, and the FBI officers said, hey, Patrick, we want you to forget about what happened on this and pretend like it never happened. In fact, don't just pretend. It never happened. Any records, any information that, you have shows you're there, whatever, get rid of it. Gone. And he's like, well, what do you mean? I mean, I just showed you that she's receiving, she's willing to take a bribe. She's willing to take a campaign contribution illegally. You need to be prosecuting this. We need to do something right now. I mean, the election's far enough off, at least.
You there?
Oh, I'm sorry.
You're in trouble on the other side, I bet.
Yeah, I've got people all trying to reach me. That one was from Africa there, so I'll have to get back to him in a minute. So the short version is that Patrick set these people up when they weren't going to go after it. He had Maria Butinka, who was this Russian gal that he was involved with. And these same players who were sending honeypot FBI officers into the Trump campaign to try and bed somebody and get secret information about Trump's campaign, that the same crowd over at FBI was managing Patrick. And when Patrick felt he was getting burned and that they were off doing stuff that was illegal, he set the FBI up. He set the people at the head of the FBI, Comey and Brennan, up over at CIA, and even Obama. He offered at one point that, gave him information that led them to believe that he had drugged this girl and raped her, and that if it suited the U.S. policy, if they were really concerned about her, he'd even kill her. Wouldn't even think twice about it. no problem. You just give me the word. She's gone. And the actual FBI officers that were managing Patrick, they were livid. They were mad as hell. They were ready to freaking, you lay one hand on that girl, we'll kill you ourselves. In other words, there's still plenty of good guys at the FBI. All right. But the word came down from above to keep using Patrick and not to get rid of him. That should have been information that they would instantly take Patrick out of the program, not use him as an asset, decommission him, whatever. No, they kept using him and kept him in there because from the very top, it wasn't a big deal that he threatened to kill her if they wanted him to. And so he set him up. Those records exist. So they're all going to fry for it. But it just shows that it wasn't just the FBI honeypots sent into the Trump campaign. It was the mischief where Patrick had got Hillary ready to take a bribe, where Patrick had offered to murder for him and they didn't blink an eye. These were some pretty bad, nasty people.
And how many more Patricks even exist that we don't know about?
The secret to losing weight 2 times faster has gone viral. See the transformations hundreds of thousands of people are experiencing around the world with the Slender Eyes drops. These homeopathic drops are proven to control appetite, support thyroid function, help balance the body's pH, improve energy, boost mood, and increase metabolic rate. I've heard firsthand testimonials from droppers in their 20s to droppers in their 80s who say that the Slender Eyes drops have completely revolutionized their lives. Try the drops today to see the results for yourself. To learn more about the Slender Eyes drops or other incredible natural wellness and lifestyle products, email me at info@freedomstate.us and put drops in the subject line or visit the Shop Our Partners page at freedomstate.us. We also have links to those in the show notes. Thank you for supporting the state of freedom.
Well, and that's another thing. If you remember when Seth Rich died, he died on July 10th of 2016 in the park. There was all sorts of bizarreness related to things around his death. The mayor showing up at the hospital, an FBI vehicle had been broken into blocks away and guns stolen out of it. There's all sorts of strange things. But then on the anniversary, the 2-year anniversary of Seth Rich's death, there was an informant, a person, a government contractor. Think of somebody in the zone of Patrick. Only Patrick wasn't a contractor. He was an asset. He provided what he provided. But here was a contractor. He's actually getting paid, but he's not directly on the books exactly. And he's doing work for the Justice Department. And he sets up a news conference through his lawyer on the 2nd anniversary of Seth Rich's death. Then he was going to be present at the last minute. Apparently he decided not to. It wasn't safe. Before I tell you what he said, he had been vetted with his attorney. He had testified secretly, privately before a House Judicial Oversight Committee and a Senate Judicial Oversight Committee. He had testified twice, House and Senate, and had been vetted as being who he said he was, doing what said he was doing on the payroll of the Justice Department. And Rod Rosenberg was over there at the time. And Rosenstein.
Yeah.
And he said that his work was to honeypot, blackmail, bribe, extort judges to make sure they stayed in line all across the country. That's what he said. He was on the phone. He testified privately, behind the veil to the House and Senate. They'd verified that he was who he said he was with these bizarre claims. That he was a contractor working for Rod Rosenstein. And that's what he was doing. He testified to America on the phone and under oath to Congress that when he came in the next morning and was at his office where he works, other contractors, I believe it was 2, were also in the office and were laughing about the fact that Seth Rich had been begging for his life before they killed him. And they were laughing at him and mocking how he died.
God.
That was a news conference where quite a large number of media showed up there in Maryland, but the person who said this, his attorney was present, but he himself personally wasn't present. But again, this is a person who testified before Congress and was in fear of his life. He actually called from a government office facility when he did that public conversation and was on the payroll at that time. You know, I think he took a break or whatever for that few minutes of testimony that he gave. And so when you start stepping back and you look at, okay, Comey, officers infiltrating Trump campaign, the Russian gal and Patrick, the stuff about Rosenstein, can that be true? Now take something from the last few days, few weeks. Remember the Epstein stuff.
Yeah.
It was in the Southern District of New York where Trump was prosecuted and all the mischief was going on, which, by the way, that's the area with Wall Street. So you have to have a context to where you're at. Very powerful money players. Pam Bondi, Director of the Justice Department, told the FBI that she wanted all of their evidence related to the Epstein case brought to her immediately because she's going to release it. She doesn't get it. She gets a little teeny, couple hundred pages of bullshit. And she says, no, I want everything. I want every last thing you have. Tapes, sorry, I had another call coming in.
It's okay.
I want it all. She doesn't get any of it. So then Cash becomes FBI director and she sends a note over to Cash. I've asked for this information. FBI has it. They're not giving it to me. I want you to go find out who has the information and why they're not giving it, and then get that information and get it to me. And after you've got that, I want to know what type of disciplinary action you intend to take against those people who did not comply with my order, which was a lawful order to turn over the evidence, and tell me how you're going to take care of these people moving forward. In other words, you firing them or you charging them with crimes.
Yeah, I love it.
Okay, but now here's the key. The evidence on the Epstein stuff should have been, and there's people that were suing various government agencies because they weren't acting on knowledge of crimes in multiple places, not just down in the Caribbean, but there at the New York mansion and down in New Mexico and other places. So why weren't those crimes being investigated and acted upon? Because they were part of the cover-up. In fact, they were being used still to blackmail people. Who was blackmailing people? FBI personnel, Justice Department personnel were blackmailing college professors, politicians, judges, business leaders. They were all being blackmailed for somebody's little secret behind the scenes projects. And what were they involved in? The ones that weren't blackmailing or weren't being blackmailed were blackmailing themselves. They were part of the operation. That's why you had Bill Clinton there, Randy Andy out of England, Ghislaine Maxwell representing the Mossad side. You had multiple intelligence agencies working together, not just in the United States, but globally, primarily to push their Green Deal stuff and this move to centralize power under the Green Deal authorities, etc. So now you've got, and the stuff that's there, okay, they had an FBI raid. Good agents went and raided the FBI offices where they're hiding all this stuff. And they came back with truckloads, not just a truckload, truckloads, including the videotapes. And it's horrors. It's the things that many people had been speculating about, going all the way back to Pizzagate. It is that. And it's hard. You have to picture the people that have to go in and now look at this.
Right.
You have to think, how hard is it? For most people, they see the TV shows of people going into a horrid crime scene. The blood, the stench, try to put all the pieces together and figure it out. And it doesn't happen in a couple of minutes. And so you're present there for long hours, sometimes even days. And then you have to play it back over and over and over to try and figure it out. And then it's not one, it's multiple. that work sears the soul. But somebody has to do it. And you do it in large measure, not just to see justice done against the person or persons that perpetrated the crime, but to honor the person or persons who aren't here to represent themselves, aren't here to defend themselves, and their loss of their most valuable possession, their life, under some horrid circumstance, oftentimes just, mindless almost. And so here are people having to go through these tapes, and because Epstein recorded everything. So the subtle side conversations, the enticements, or the honeypotting, the blackmail, everything. He had it all. So now you have to watch not just the girls you've heard about, these teenage girls, but other things even more dastardly. And in many cases, you're watching the last moments of life of human beings and the way that they were treated or dealt with. And that you can't get it out of your mind, your heart, your soul after you've gone through that. It's a very gripping thing. Prayers required for those and you have to do it. Somebody's got to do it. How does it affect those people? What, you're out having fun with your family, you're doing other stuff, and you're thinking, and I get to do this. There's almost like a survivor's guilt oftentimes for the people who do this, because it's hard to just go enjoy, because you know that others aren't here to enjoy that through some dastardly thing. And then you're like, but for the grace of God, would it be my family? Would it be me? Would it be my friends? And it's out there. It taints you. And it's grace of God to be able to go through some of that stuff. And there's a mass humor. Sometimes you can be a little lighthearted about it to try and get through it. It's kind of a defensive mechanism. But at the end of the day, I had to go through video and photographs of some of the things going on in Congo right now that have happened over the last several months. It's just,
with the murders of the Christians.
Yeah, the beheadings and murders. And so, it's one of those things you have to address it. It's like when a person dies and the family members come and wash the body, and then they place it in the grave, and each one grabs some dirt and puts it on the grave. It's so that in their mind, they know that person has died. Sometimes people are in denial that someone they love is actually gone. And so that's part of a physical act to reinforce that whatever your thoughts are, you were there, and place the dirt, till Christ comes. That's where they lie. And that their body lies. That's where there's a certain solemnness to what transpires. Now, you look at the Epstein stuff and you think of all the people that have to go through it, thousands and thousands of hours. And then they have to go back over it. Okay, so this is this person here. There they are there on the camera. Here's the conversation that was recorded here. Here's where that person was coming to meet that person. Here's what happened. Here's the other people that were there, and you got to figure out who their names are. And, well, we see them here and here and here, and that's so-and-so. Now we figured out who
It's like years worth of crime scenes.
Well, yeah, it maybe is even worse, because even beyond that, you have multiple crime scenes within the Epstein tapes, including the stuff out in New Mexico. And plus there's crossover to other groups. Remember, you've got Diddy out there floating. You've got a dozen other islands in the same area where Epstein's island is at. In the NXIVM case with the women.
Allison, someone.
Yeah, the NXIVM case had a number of women, but one of the gals, the one that accused Trump of betting her while Melania was pregnant with Barron, and I can't think of her name right now, she got caught up in the NXIVM stuff when she was accusing Trump of all sorts of stuff and wanted to sue him. And it came out in trial that her attorney had taken her to the island that's owned by, what's his name, owns Virgin Airlines.
Okay. Richard.
And so they're there at an island that's just up the way, 30 miles or something from Epstein Island. And it's a recruiting party, several day party to join NXIVM. And as part of the recruiting and enticement, they're showing films that they purport to be real. Could have been fake, could have been real. We don't know. We haven't got the films of people being snuffed while having sex. They're called snuff films. So people being killed and the perpetrator is having sex with them while they're dying. And so these snuff films were what were being shown. This was in the testimony in trial in New York in open court, where she was talking about the fact that she'd been there at the island and had seen the snuff films, and that was part of the recruiting to come into NXIVM. And she was there with her attorney. So what kinds of things are these people having to watch over at Epstein? Is it snuff films? Are these adults? Are they children? What's going on? Are they real? Are they fake? How can you prove they're real? Where's your evidence? Is it just good Hollywood? Has somebody just made a good show, or is people wearing masks, very good ones, pretending to be certain key figures? There's a lot of work to go. So sorry about that. I still got calls from you. So anyway, and I probably should get serious, because some of these are actually pretty serious calls that I've got to get to. But anyway, I know we didn't even get to the big stuff that you wanted to ask, but I would be glad to talk about some of that again in the near future. And then any one last question before I bow out.
What can people do who care about these issues? You mentioned how horrifying what's happening to the people who have to review all these tapes. We can be praying for the people who have to do that job. What else can people be doing, either in the spirit or in the physical?
Let me pause for 1 second.
Yeah.
There are multiple investigations. Some of the stuff, like those viewing those tapes, is just horrid, grinding, damaging. And we certainly pray for those people that they have the grace that God has commissioned them to do what must be done to provide some respect to those who were damaged, maybe alive, but are damaged in their life because of what happened. Even if they put a hard facade over it, I'm here, I'm fine, whatever, it still hurts them. Or even those that may be dead. And even to see people act so evilly towards other people. But, there's other things that are going to have to come to the fore also. What are we going to do about the vote fraud, where we lost 4 years and had a fraud, Biden, in office, and all the damage that was done there? You got in Ukraine, you got a couple million people dead, a million on each side. That wouldn't have happened under Trump. It would not have happened. That they stole the office, pirated the ship of state of America, and then went about that war costing unfathomable amounts of money. The total damage and repairs and loss of production and life and everything else. If it was $1 trillion, it's probably higher than that. How many lifetimes of work are people in America doing, and then their life energy is going to pay for the murder, the killing, the homicides there in that region, just because somebody, needs to make a few bucks building their defense portfolio and making a buck on Wall Street? Then you just don't stop there. In Yemen, in 1/2 the time, they've killed twice as many people. Trump just went in and started to act there. In fact, somebody went over to the Congo and was trying to tell the president of Congo that he needs to work together with the terrorists. He's going to have a blended administration. He's got to do it. What? These
How do you
people
compromise
beheaded
with
people.
evil? How do you compromise with
do
evil?
that?
How do
Yeah.
you work with them?
And you got a congressman from Texas that just told the president there, you're going to have to work with them. And the only way, they've got control of that side of the country. You're going to have to let them, have part of the administration.
That's
These are
insane.
people that beheaded people. It's an insanity. No, we're not doing that deal. And we're not forcing that. That's, that's the lovely bride, the teenage girl having to marry the, blown to bits terrorist.
Yeah.
It's like a horror story.
It is.
Okay. The Christians have to be mated with these terrorists. Congo, most people don't realize this, in the ground wealth. The people in the Congo are arguably the richest population in the world.
Yeah.
But they can't get access to it. They don't have stability. Their government's all messed up. And by the way,
are we to blame
they're
for
over
that?
90% Christians.
Yeah.
Okay. So, and you're going to make them made up with the terrorists just because they're terrorists and they can control a broad area because they have guns and they're willing to behead women and children from a church. Okay. They were in the church to live safely because the terrorists were doing, so they come in the middle of the night, get them all to come out and then kill them.
So
can you imagine what it's like? It's not like they just come and shoot you. It was done to scare everybody. 100,000 people left what life they had, rather impoverished situations, and went to Burundi, arguably the poorest nation on the world, and went to Uganda. The Ugandan government's just had it with it. And they're ready to just go in and take over because they're not willing to take all the refugees anymore. And so you kind of understand a little bit about that, but it's China funding, a monster in Rwanda who has killed arguably something around 5 million people.
Yeah. It's sick.
Okay. We're going to go in there and try and get that stopped and stabilized. And this is important work.
It is important work and close to my heart. I don't know if you would have any reason to know this, Juan, but I worked in Africa for a long time. That was my career before podcasting. So I'd love to stay in touch with you on what you're doing there as well.
Yeah. We as Christians need to understand that these are our family and they're in imminent peril and danger. And as screwed up as the government is there in Congo, they are trying in a desperate situation not to be forced for business reasons and political reasons, to allow these people in to be part of the government, because they won't exist in a year or two. It'd be like, the North Vietnamese showing up in Saigon. Yeah. It'll be a purge. It'll be horrible. You just can't do that. And so for some congressman out of Texas to say, well, you're going to have to because you can't control that. And, you just got to face the facts. Really?
That's so insane.
Come on, man. That's not us. So
no.
Anyway.
Well, Juan, you've been so generous with your time. Thank you so much for making a way where there was no way this morning. I really appreciate you coming on, and we look forward to having you again. And if you have any desire to give updates, know that you're always, the door's open over here for you to come.
Well, I appreciate that a lot.
Well, thank you, sir. We'll be praying for you and the good work that you and your team are doing. And tell Matt we said to get better.
Yeah. Yeah. Matt's my chief of staff. He's a great guy. We had an event there in Vegas 2 weeks ago. Well, actually for 2 different weekends, and we had guests in from around the world. And, because Jennifer had some art that she released on her website, the jennifermac.com or store or whatever. And, then we had our Japanese English version of the Kid by the Side of the Road book, that we released during that. And then our Watch the Water coin, a silver coin. So we had a bunch of stuff going on, but we met with all these people. Well, of course, anytime you meet with lots of people, you're probably going to get whatever you got. Yeah. So most all of the staff that was there, we had a great time, but everybody had kind of a cold for a few days afterwards, and we're all kind of just recovering, probably too, because there's a lot of stress goes into that. You get pretty exhausted trying to make everything happen. So they were all pretty exhausted, but it was worth it. We had a phenomenal time. So anyway.
Well, good. Well, blessings to you, sir, and you get some much needed rest as well.
All right. Beautiful. I appreciate getting to talk with your audience. I hope they got something out of it.
I know they did. I did as well. Thank you.
All right. Night, folks.
Thanks for joining us today on the State of Freedom. Be sure and check out
All right. So, the media is hanging on by the skin of its teeth. Its days are numbered, and more so now than ever before, they're going to try to make themselves appear relevant. And they're going to do that by trying to fill you full of lies, because even if you don't believe them, we discuss them and spread them just by talking about them, and it just makes their cause look that much more worthy. So, if anything, we need to be prepared to hear stories. We're not going to want to hear more of this E. Jean Carroll style stuff. Maybe they gave up on going after Trump. They're just going to try and hit his all-star team. But what we need to pay attention to is the positive stuff that's being done, because it's happening daily, the steps that are being taken to achieve certain things. We can't snap our fingers and make certain things happen without making other things happen first that put us towards that goal. And I'm sure those men know what they're doing 100 times more than I know what I'm talking about. So what I do know is they've taken the right steps, and we're watching, we're paying attention, we're asking questions, and that's the best we can do. Aside from that, what's more important than anything is our relationship with God, because that's what will get us through everything and anything. And so I hope you're spending time praying daily. Before each one of these shows, I try and ask him to guide what I'm talking about, to guide what I'm putting together, and to help me be able to attempt to guide other people. Ugh. He's not a very good co-host. He is pretty, though, isn't he? You are a pretty boy. But, yeah, so consider the patriotism is only a piece of the equation. You have to know love. You have to know kindness. You have to know how to treat the people around you like you want to be treated. He's going to spin around 500 times before he gets comfortable. So, yeah, congrats on your video, MCR. Now I'm going to have to go back and watch that episode. But aside from all that, I'm hoping we'll see this new NBC footage of the Kennedy assassination showing Oswald near the limousine, which is supposed to prove once and for all that he had nothing to do with it. And of course, if he had lived and they had done a real investigation, they would have known that instantly. But they didn't want to know that. That's how these things work. Howdy, Disco. Good to see ya. Oh, tomorrow's Monday. Back to work. And I got so much left to do tonight. Fun. I will be up all night. I'm ready to work on my other show. That's what I need to do. But, yeah. Other than that, all I can tell you guys is don't get to a point where you're too reactive to the news that's happening right now. Most of it is meant to trigger you. So that's what they're going to aim for. What I do know is April 2nd is just around the corner. And I think things are going to get different, exciting. I think things are going to change drastically. but I think they're going to change for the better, and that requires our help. It requires us making the world around us better, treating people right, caring about people, caring about the world around you, the earth around you. You get my point. He reminds you of Snoopy. He kind of does, actually. So, aside from all that, that's really all I got for you guys tonight. Trying to think if there's anything particular going on tomorrow. Not that I can think of. So, I did forget to mention there was another big earthquake, but I haven't seen anything in the way of any damage. I mean, the thing is, this area of Tonga down here, these guys get earthquakes all the time. And really, the whole line from where that one earthquake is to the other, you got Japan, it keeps going down in Thailand and Myanmar, Indonesia. Then next to Australia there, you got New Zealand and New Guinea's down there. Those areas, by New Guinea, it's probably the most earthquake-prone area in the world, I'd say. So, I don't know. It was a 7.3. I assume that was overnight for us, so we'll see what's going on tomorrow, if there's any damage or... That sucks. I like the island of Tonga. I was going to float there someday on a raft or a floaty. I was going to tube down the Mississippi into the Gulf of America, over through the Caribbean, down around South Africa, up into the Indian Ocean. It's probably going to stop in Australia for a while and then keep floating on over. What's your plan? How are you getting to Australia? Huh? How are you going to Tonga? They have quite a whale population. I suppose you could ride a whale. Can I please give you the name of my other channel again? And can it be subscribed to now? Yes, it can be, and you're probably already subscribed to it. And I believe it's called A Miracle Happened. And I've been putting some stories together, but yeah, it can. Hopefully I'll have something ready for it soon. I'd like to get it going, but I don't want it to happen at the cost of this channel or the work here on this channel. I don't want to take away from the time I need for doing the things I need to do here. So there's that. Other than that, if you guys have any suggestions, email me. If you want to say hi, email me. You can send me cards. I'll put your card up on the wall. Anyway, I love you guys. Go get some sleep. Take care of yourselves. Tomorrow's Monday, so blah. Say blah to that. Hey, I'm going to get down to Australia on that raft someday. You wait, it'll happen. Yeah, it's not big enough to probably even find yet. Once I put something out on there, I'll share it on here and make sure you all find it. I really do want to put some time into it, though, and to be able to tell the stories of all the amazing miracles that have happened around the world. There are other a few other older channels that talk about that stuff, but I don't think any of them were that great, personally. So I'm going to try and be better. I mean, it's no House of the Dragon video, but you get what I'm saying. All right, guys, go away. No, I'm going away. Wish I could go to sleep, but I can't. Take care, guys. God bless you. Thank you, Dominic. Coffee, ramen noodle, donation fund, all of the above. I'm so broke right now. I really could eat my chair, practically, but I won't eat the chair. I know you guys like the chair. That, and I painted a Z on there. It probably wouldn't be very healthy, so. Love you guys. Starfire, good to see you. God bless you all. Much, much love. Have a good night. I will see you tomorrow at the same time. I will. You know, I thought I had something to play at the end here, like an outro. Maybe I do. Yeah. Arrivederci.
People, there's a few basic things you need to listen to. Okay? We have everything. No one escapes this. Your money's safe. There's a new system coming that is going to make this place flourish like never before. There's been minimum 2 sets of books, 3 sets of books in some places around the world. So when everything goes on the first set of books, we don't have a homeless problem. We don't have a hunger problem. The wealth of the wicked has been stolen from them, actually taken from them, but they never, they stole it. So we took some stolen money back from them, which was our money. It's going to be given to everybody the way it's supposed to be handed out, so it doesn't turn into a shit show. All the inventions and stuff they kept from us, we own them all. We own the patents. It's the Treasury, the U.S. Treasury is going to get paid for people that want to use those patents in the future. All sicknesses and diseases and crap are going away. Our military isn't going to be the world reserve currency spread out all over, God's green earth. They're all coming home. The children are coming to America. They're going to speak God's word so damn loud that there's no effing way anybody on the planet doesn't see what the hell went on. Everything's going to be fine. There's nothing to worry about. You don't have to wake up any more people. That's obvious because Q hasn't dropped a damn thing in 13 months. That's what that means, folks. Should have figured that out 7 months ago. Which I did and started telling everybody. Everybody needs to calm down and relax, including the guy that's talking, but I'm talking for a fact. I'm having fun. And, it's just a little bit more direct this way. And what other good news could we possibly pile on top of all this other good news? Oh, yeah. The royalty of the world's going away because they're not royalty for us. They were royalty for them. They're the old kings and queens that just thought they ran this place. They're all gone. The government's going to be way smaller. There's going to be nobody riding free on this program. Nobody's going to be abusing the system and getting away with it. Our air is going to be cleaner. Our water is going to be cleaner. Our food's going to be cleaner. There's going to be real joy. Joy 50, America 50. All the worrying is not necessary. You have no idea what's going on. Trump said fake news, 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 fake news. Wake me up in a half hour from this coma I'm in of saying fake news, because that's how long I'm going to have to say it to get as many times fake news is out. Everything is fake news. It's just fake news. No, you're not fake news. You're really fake news. Fake news, fake news, fake news, fake news. Quit watching the damn fake news. The beautiful thing about the end of the movie is everybody has to come clean because the credits roll and they tell you who is who. And you're going to be more than blown away when this thing's over. Trust me. In a positive way. You won't need guns galore and tons of ammo, and that shit's practically worthless at this point. Right now, I'd be selling that shit and buying silver. There's your financial advice. Shit. What else can we pile on here? Retirees have been being chiseled forever because the way they calculate everything, they don't keep up with the cost of living. They say they do, but they don't. They're literally robbing money from them every year and saying, oh, this is the new rate, even though here's the expenses. But here's the new rate, but here's the expenses. But here's the new rate, but here's the expenses. Here's the expenses. Here's the new rate. Here's the expenses. Here's the new rate. Here's the expenses. That shit's gone. That bullshit's going away. There's going to be a real amount of money paid to people because we have it. We own every company, corporation in this country because they all interfered in the election because they're all owned by the cabal. They interfered. That's Executive 13848 on 9/12/2018. That was for 3 years. That Biden extended for a year. Right, whatever. And it was extended, but not by Biden because he's dead. Let's face it, Joe's shot. And so they interfered. We took all their shit. We own it all. The Treasury has $34 quadrillion worth of money in it. Let me see. What problems do I have now? Clean food, clean water, clean church, because that bunch of bastards is going to burn. Religion's going to die. Faith is going to fly. People are going to be having church in their houses where it belongs, not in some big monster where they take 10% of your income. That's bullshit. Let me see. Sunday's freed up pretty good now. Food, water, air. Oh, yeah. Everybody's getting their water rights back. All the thievery's done. It's all coming back. You get all your taxes back, prorated over a 10-year period. All your debts getting wiped from banks and credit unions because they just fabricated the loans out of thin air, which means that you don't owe them shit because they didn't bring a real contract of any value to the courtroom to prove that you owe them. They won't be asking. They're done. They're owned. Trump owns them. They're done. You own them. They're done. Let me see how bad it's going to be in the future here now. Let me see. We're not going to have bullshit music shoved down our throat by a bunch of pedophiles. We have some real creativity, real movies, real plays, not shit like Hamilton where they ram it down your throat for 8 years. Because, oh, he's so lovely. Oh, you mean the bastard that set up the first bank in the United States and the second bank in the United States? Basically the creature from Jekyll Island times 2? Yeah, right. Whatever. That shit's gone. Real sound money. Let me see. What other shit can we possibly pile onto this nightmare that's coming? Let me see. Friendlier people. Oh, man. People that aren't stressed out. The people that aren't in the rat race anymore. God, that's really terrible. Let me see. Dang. There's going to be a lot of excess cardboard because the homeless won't need it. What else could we possibly pile on? Which means they won't be lighting it on fire, stay warm after they're done using it from, to keep out of the rain. Let me see. Free energy is coming. Clean energy. That's a terrible thing. No 5G cell towers. No HARP. No weather control. That stuff's going away. That means it's going to rain in California where food is grown and, we'll have food. Let me see. What else do they... paper straw. Anybody with paper straw? Screw that shit. Hemp is going to be grown, so you can have real clothes, and we don't have to cut down the forest for paper. That's a terrible thing. What else is terrible that's coming? Damn, your neighbor's going to talk. Well, wait a minute. That's okay. I've gone too far. I don't
show me an account.
I'm not done. I'm not talking to anybody. I'm just saying some stuff. Some stuff that needs to be said. Banks aren't going to be around to rip you off the way they've been ripping you off. No more credit card crap shoved down your throat. No credit score bullshit. No propagandizing bullshit from your teachers and professors at schools because they're getting arrested and thrown in jail. And the real ones that were forced to do it that are going to be freed up to really teach, they're going to love their jobs and the kids are going to be respectful. I'll bet you $10 everybody says pull your damn pants up in this country too. That's going away. We're going to ride their ass. Ride their ass. Every as soon as great way, get your pants pulled up, boy.
Hallelujah.
So much crap is going to change. You can't even. Let me see the problem. Let me see. Oh shoot, I can't. Can't go on vacation. On a vacation place or full. Everybody's happy on vacation. Shoot, that's a problem. Wait a minute. It's a vacation in my own town. Nobody's here. I'm all by myself. Gone too far now. Because of the hippies, everybody will be eating more fruit, which is a good thing. Had to get that one in there. I'm just telling you. You can just stop worrying about crap.
And God will be everywhere.
Oh, man. It's in your face, 165. And all the worrying and stuff. And if anybody comes on this channel, start bringing some drama, I don't give a shit what it is. It's a contrived bunch of bullshit to bring people down, take over the channel, talk nonsense. You can take a hike, you're going to get cut, throw it away, see you later, gotta go.
Historically, the game of chess was a military sport. The pieces have names.
Time of year, the stakes are high.
Americans have given us a mandate for bold and profound change.
The pressure, unmatched. And only the strongest will rise to the top.
Americans have always been the people who defied all odds and did whatever it took to defend our children, our country, and our freedom.
Some will fold under the pressure, but champions thrive in the madness.
Our country will be woke no longer.
This isn't just any competition. This is March. This is madness. And in this house, every play counts.
Our country is on the verge of a comeback, the likes of which the world has never witnessed.
There's no second chance, no timeouts.
Americans are today a proud, free, sovereign, and independent nation.
Only the drive to win. And when the buzzer sounds, history will remember who backed down and who stepped up.
America is back.
Hey guys, it's a beautiful day here at the White House, and it's been another great week. Let's go through all of the historic actions that President Trump took this week to help you, the American people. Companies like Hyundai, Rolls-Royce, and Schneider Electric announced billions of dollars in new investments into the United States to create jobs for hardworking Americans. The president signed a proclamation levying 25% tariffs on foreign automobile imports, encouraging companies to build vehicles right here in the United States of America. The White House recognized the bravery and service of Medal of Honor recipients in the White House on Medal of Honor Day. The president welcomed some of the country's strongest and most intelligent women to the White House to celebrate Women's History Month. And the president signed an executive order to make D.C. safe and beautiful once again. And the Trump administration executed a very successful operation to apprehend a top MS-13 ringleader just 30 minutes outside of our nation's capital. Every day, because of this president, America is safer. We'll see you for next week's MAGA Minute.
If I had $1 million, if I had $1 million, well, I'd buy you a house. I would buy you a house. And if I had $1 million, if I had $1 million, buy you furniture for your house, maybe a nice Chesterfield or an ottoman. And if I had $1 million, if I had $1 million, well, I'd buy you a K car, a nice reliant automobile. And if I had $1 million, I'd buy you love.
just go up there and hang out. Like open the fridge and stuff. And there'll always be food laid out for us with little pre-wrapped sausages and things. They have pre-wrapped sausages, but they don't have pre-wrapped bacon.
Well, can you blame them?
Oh, yeah.
If I had $1 million,
If I had $1 million,
well, I'd buy you a fur coat,
but not a real fur coat, that's cruel.
And if I had $1 million,
If I had $1 million,
well, I'd buy you an exotic pet.
Yep, like a llama or an emu.
And if I had $1 million,
If I had $1 million,
well, I'd buy you John Merrick's remains.
Ooh, all them crazy elephant bones.
And if I had $1 million, I'd buy you.
If I had $1 million, we wouldn't have to walk to the store.
If I had $1 million,
now we'd take a limousine 'cause it costs more.
If I had $1 million,
we wouldn't have to eat Kraft dinner. But we would eat Kraft dinner. Of course we would. We just eat more. And buy really expensive ketchups with it. That's right, all the fanciest Dijon ketchup.
if I had $1 million,
If I had $1 million,
well, I'd buy you a green dress.
but not a real green dress, that's cruel.
And if I had $1 million,
If I had $1 million,
well, I'd buy you some art,
a Picasso or a Garfunkel.
if I had $1 million,
If I had $1 million,
well, I'd buy you a monkey,
haven't you always wanted a monkey?
if I had $1 million, I'd buy you. If I had $1 million,
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 I'd be rich.
Listen, you can't pee on people after you track them down. It's just unacceptable behavior. And that's why you found yourself in the captain's office yet again.
Real superheroes don't wear spandex, and they don't have a lot of 3D special effects, but they do operate on a higher level, on a supernatural level, and they actually look and appeal to something greater than themselves, and then they do something superhuman.
Yeah.
Get a job, you loser! I got more bricks than Pablo Escobar!
in a ring of love, this much is true. the pump when the price is set. And the price is set. Match goes for the pump when the price is set. And the price is set. Controls the past now, controls the future. Who controls the present now? Controls the past. Who controls the past now? Controls the future. Who controls the present now? Now testify. Testify. Let's run outside the door. Now testify.
The reason the way it's playing out is this: could DJT do that? Yes. Would it be a workable solution for a long-term resolution of the problem? Absolutely not. The analogy I used when people say, "Why don't we just rip the Band-Aid off?" Well, that's one analogy, but a better one is this: the house we're renovating is so rotten. Every beam has got termites through it. It's still standing. It looks great from the outside, but you touch the wall and you can hear that hollow sound. And so if the military was let off the leash and just started taking out the targets they knew about, the whole house would come down. What DJT and his team are doing is one by one, they're identifying all the beams that need to be replaced, basically all of them. And so the second point is, does he then flush the termites out? No, because the other termites will hide elsewhere. We cannot afford to create the conditions for the next war by fighting this one poorly. This has to be fought legally, it has to be fought lawfully, it has to be fought intelligently, with a view to not creating the conditions for the next war. Which means the way it's fought is this: everybody, and that's why there are so many sealed indictments in their hundreds of thousands. There's a knock on the door, and you either get a hard knock or a soft knock. And the hard knock is you're going down. You are so bad, you're going down, and they're looking at the business end of a 9mm SMG. Now, that's great for a set number of people that need to be removed because they are so evil, so bad, so destructive. But the majority just need to be warned. You will now follow instructions. We've got what's the expression? We have the receipts on you. We've got the evidence on you. Here's the pictures. Gentleman walks in, nice suit, overcoat, has a meeting, pulls out an envelope. The gentleman opens up the envelope, sees a photograph of himself or herself in what might be called a depraved and compromising position, slides the photograph back in, and he says, "What do you want?" Because these guys are cowards, all of them. They all lack a spine, which is great. And so the way it's playing out, and the only way it can be played out, is one by one by one by one. They are advised. They've got the dirt. They will now follow instructions. If they fail to do so, they'll be removed from the face of the earth, legally, lawfully, charged, found guilty, and executed.
The mud consumed each man till there was nothing visible but our heads. The instructors told us we could leave the mud if only 5 men would quit. Only 5 men, just 5 men, and we could get out of the oppressive cold. Looking around the mud flat, it was apparent that some students were about to give up. It was still over 8 hours till the sun came up. 8 more hours of bone-chilling cold. The chattering teeth and the shivering moans of the trainees were so loud, it was hard to hear anything. And then one voice began to echo through the night. One voice raised in song. One voice became 2, and 2 became 3, and before long, everyone in the class was singing. The instructors threatened us with more time in the mud if we kept up the singing, but the singing persisted. And somehow the mud seemed a little warmer, and the wind a little tamer, and the dawn not so far away. If I have learned anything in my time traveling the world, it is the power of hope. The power of one person. One person can change the world by giving people hope. So if you want to change the world, start singing when you're up to your neck in mud.
So, folks, remember, find God, lose fear. It's extraordinary. The fearlessness that will well up inside you. You will inspire others. It is the one lesson this whole thing is about. Are there smaller lessons, tactical lessons? Absolutely. Stand on your own sovereignty. Understand what it means to be a man. Understand what it means to be a woman. I get all of that. And these are important lessons as we go. But the whole purpose of this school, the whole purpose is to find God. And I can tell you stories you wouldn't believe about that. But that's the point of everything we're going through, is to find God. If we survive this and don't find God, we've failed. We've absolutely failed, ladies and gentlemen. Please Please get that through your heads. And for those of you who are so smart and so intelligent, and I love intelligent people, they're so bright, they know so much, they think they know everything. Lawyers and doctors, they think they know everything. They've lost humility. And I don't mean humility beating yourself with a cat of nine tails and saying you're bad. No. Just understand your place relative to God. He loves us. He never puts us down. He always lifts us up. But you've got to understand that. So find God, lose fear. Well done, David. Nice.
we win. We win. I said earlier today that I hope we can do this by Easter. I think that would be a great thing for our country, and we're all working very hard to make that a reality. We'll be meeting with a lot of people to see if it can be done. Easter is a very special day for many reasons. For me, for a lot of our friends, that's a very special day. And what a great timeline this would be. Easter as our timeline, what a great timeline that would be.
When many can't comprehend how are they going to give out all these stimulus checks month per month to the world, because this is for the world. It doesn't matter how they're going to do it. It's going to happen because it's all coming out that we were enslaved, sold as stock, and robbed since birth. Trump has it all. Executive Order 13818.
Play the whole clip, but let's take a look at this little clip here where they talk about the Doge dividends as they're saying yes. Take a look.
This idea of maybe a portion of the money that is saved, which is our money anyway, would go back to the public. What do you think of that?
I think the faster we get money back to the average American, the better off we are.
Could you do it? Could you pass it?
4,000 or 5,000. Absolutely. I think we can pass it. Listen, we did it during COVID. We can do it again. The good news is letting Americans keep their own money ought not be a novel concept. We should just not take it in the first place. You don't have to give it back. And so everything we do now to uncover waste, fraud, and abuse and give that money back to the American people, that's called hallelujah in South Carolina.
I like it.
There you have it, you guys. Let me know your thoughts. He said that's called hallelujah, and that came out from Fox News.
This conjunction of an immense military establishment and a large arms industry is new in the American experience. Yet we must not fail to comprehend its grave implications. We must guard against the acquisition of unwarranted influence, whether sought or unsought, by the military-industrial complex.
The greatest in the United States Constitution is its first three beautiful words. They are, "We the people." Generations of Americans have sacrificed to maintain the promise of those words, the promise of our country and of our great history. In America, the people govern, the people rule, and the people are sovereign. I was elected not to take power, but to give power to the American people where it belongs. In foreign affairs, we are renewing this founding principle of sovereignty. Our government's first duty is to its people, to our citizens, to serve their needs, to ensure their safety, to preserve their rights, and to defend their values. As President of the United States, I will always put America first. Just like you, as the leaders of your countries, will always and should always put your countries first.
From time to time, we've been tempted to believe that society has become too complex to be managed by self-rule, that government by an elite group is superior to government for, by, and of the people. We are a nation that has a government, not the other way around. And this makes us special among the nations of the earth. Our government has no power except that granted it by the people. It is made up of men and women who raise our food, patrol our streets, man our mines and factories, teach our children, keep our homes, and heal us when we're sick. Professionals, industrialists, shopkeepers, clerks, cabbies, and truck drivers. They are, in short, we the people. Their patriotism is quiet but deep. Their values sustain our national life. As for the enemies of freedom, those who are potential adversaries, they will be reminded that peace is the highest aspiration of the American people. We will negotiate for it, sacrifice for it. We will not surrender for it now or ever. We will maintain sufficient strength to prevail if need be, knowing that if we do so, we have the best chance of never having to use that strength. Above all, we must realize that no arsenal or no weapon in the arsenals of the world is so formidable as the will and moral courage of free men and women. It is a weapon our adversaries in today's world do not have. It is a weapon that we as Americans do have. Well, I believe we, the Americans of today, are ready to act worthy of ourselves, ready to do what must be done to ensure happiness and liberty for ourselves, our children, and our children's children. We are a nation under God, and I believe God intended for us to be free.
We, the citizens of America, are now joined in a great national effort to rebuild our country and restore its promise for all of our people. Together, we will determine the course of America and the world for many, many years to come. We will face challenges. We will confront hardships, but we will get the job done. For too long, a small group in our nation's capital has reaped the rewards of government, while the people have borne the cost. The forgotten men and women of our country will be forgotten no longer. What truly matters is not which party controls our government, but whether our government is controlled by the people. Every decision on trade, on taxes, on immigration, on foreign affairs will be made to benefit American workers and American families. We must protect our borders from the ravages of other countries, making our products, stealing our companies, and destroying our jobs. America will start winning again, winning like never before. At the bedrock of our politics will be a total allegiance to the United States of America. And through our loyalty to our country, we will rediscover our loyalty to each other. We must speak our minds openly, debate our disagreements honestly, but always pursue solidarity. Do not allow anyone to tell you that it cannot be done. No challenge can match the heart and fight and spirit of America.
You ever think about what weekends were like for Gen Xers growing up? When life wasn't scheduled, it just happened. The weekend starting when your eyes popped open at the crack of dawn because your body didn't care about sleeping in. You'd roll out of bed and throw on whatever play clothes weren't covered in mud from yesterday's adventures. Grab a quick breakfast, probably something you could dump into a bowl and stuff into your face really fast. Then you do your chores because those were something that you had to do before you could head out the door into the wild. Nobody asked you where you were going. Nobody cared. Nah, the inside was boring. That was for books and chores and being yelled at to go outside. And the outside wasn't just your backyard. It was the park, the woods, or anywhere your friends would gather for whatever you were calling an adventure that day. Bikes were our first cars, and we rode them with purpose. No helmets, no knee pads, just raw, reckless abandon. You didn't ride to the park. You rode to the end of the damn world and back. Major streets and highways, yeah, we crossed those like they were nothing. Playing Frogger in real life was our idea of fun. Climbing trees and playing Tarzan with a rope you tied to a branch. The only rule was survival, and somehow we did. When you got thirsty, you drank from the garden hose. It was warm, it tasted weird, but somehow you loved every last drop of it. When it came to snacks, we didn't have any Whole Foods. You scrounged change from the couch cushions and headed to the 7-Eleven. Slurpees, candy bars, Big League Chew. You needed the gum for the bombs you were going to make out of firecrackers. You'd spend hours in the woods and the creeks, building forts and catching bugs, playing games that involved hiding, running, and occasionally tripping over shit. You didn't need any fancy apps to entertain you. You just needed your imagination and a few scraped knees to keep things interesting. As the sun set, the streetlights would flicker on, giving you about 10 minutes to get your ass home, but not before you squeezed in a game of Ghost in the Graveyard or popped one more wheelie on your bike. Maybe hear your mom calling from the back door, but you'd ignore it for just a few more minutes. Dinner was whatever your mom could whip up, and then you plopped your ass down in front of the TV and watched your favorite shows. There was no streaming either, so you had to be there, or you missed it. And when the night was over, you would disappear to your room, build a fort out of your pillows and blankets, grab a flashlight and read a book, and escape into adventures that didn't have a skip button. Because we didn't need an app or a screen to get lost in a good story. A time when life was really about the people you saw in person, not some digital version of them. Simple, raw, and unforgettable. That was the real adventure. I miss those times.